Hello, everybody. It is I, Devilish Dez, aka DD, and this is my BFF, the love of my life.
Vex the Vile.
And we are here. Welcome to our Static Screams. Tonight this is our first episode, so we're like really fucking excited. Are we not? Are we not?
No, we're not.
Not at all. Welcome, one and all. If you've come to, vibe and just hear us talk about some gruesome shit, maybe some childhood trauma, maybe some violence via telekinesis, you've come to the right place. I'm very excited for our first movie. Vex, have you seen Carrie? You've seen Carrie. How many times have you seen Carrie? Not as much as I have.
Not anywhere near as many times as you have. I can't remember how old I was when I first saw it. It's one of those classics, but it took me a while to see it. I don't think I was really young when I first saw it.
You know, where I remember TNT. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they used to have like old movies playing like late at night or whatever, and I watched it one night, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is my shit."
The original Good for Her movie.
God, imagine being in fourth grade, wishing that I had telekinetic powers. I had already seen The Craft, all the powers of man on.
Every single one of
Give
them.
give it all.
Mine. And telekinesis on top of it.
Yes, that's the cherry. So, yeah, if you haven't guessed by the title of this week's episode, we are talking about the 1976 classic, Carrie, and one of my favorite movies. I think that we went a little heavy, just a little heavy, for our first pick. But it's like you said, it is a classic.
Feel good movie.
I used to watch it every night. Fall asleep too. So, how about we get on into the movie? We got a lot to cover.
Let's go. I'm ready.
All right. So, the movie released in 1976, directed by Brian DePalma, starring Sissy Spacek. Now, I couldn't figure out if this was like her first movie but she was fairly new
Right.
to
Yeah.
acting.
I'm not sure. Actually, I didn't look it up if that was her first, but if it's not, it's definitely early in her career. She was young.
Brian De Palma had a budget of $1.8 million. Now, that's a lot of fucking money, but that's like modest for what they made.
Yes.
Just in the US, it was $33.8 million.
Damn.
That's a crazy, like, this movie was an absolute box office hit. So Carrie is played by Sissy Spacek. Sue Snell is played by Amy Irving. Tommy Ross, played by William Catt. Chris Hargensen, Nancy Allen. Billy Nolan, played by John Travolta. Now, fun fact, this was John Travolta's first movie.
Oh. I did not know that.
They were all quite young, like everyone in the cast, except for the old bitches that look like old bitches.
Yeah. And there are several. There's definitely times in my notes where I was like, I can't tell if that's a student or a teacher. Which is a tradition that carried on at least through the 90s.
No kidding. So, Miss Collins was played by Betty Buckley. And then Norma was played by PJ Souls. Amy Irving. Oh, that's right. Sue Snell's mother is actually Amy Irving, her mom in real life.
No shit. I did not know that.
Well, rest in peace. But yeah, Priscilla Pointer.
I did not know that.
And I have a cute little fun fact for the ending of the movie, but we'll get there.
Okay.
And then last but not least, Piper Laurie is played by, I mean, Piper Laurie plays Margaret White. So I'm just going to say that this movie is a love letter to my childhood. Okay. I read this book in seventh grade. Quite a tough read.
I would imagine. I actually don't think I've ever read the book.
It's very short. It's a very short read. You could probably get into it like if you're really diligent, and it's a good story. I mean, it starts a little slow. No, not really. Not really. Starts like right out the gate. But and you're a quick read, right?
Most of the time.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're interested, very quick read. But seventh grade, yeah, loved the fucking book. When my mom told me, because like I said, was staying up late, saw it on TNT, or the commercial for it, and I was like, Mom, what's this fucking movie about? And she was like, well, it's about, a girl who's bullied and she kills burns down the whole school with her mind or whatever. And I was like, oh shit. Oh shit.
I want to do that someday.
Yeah. I want to grow up and be just like that. So I ended up watching the movie, right? Now, this is TNT, so everything is like, we'll get there. The movie, okay, so for all you out there who is getting to know us right now, one thing about me is that I love cinematography. I should have went to school in another timeline. I am a director of some sort. I love cinematography, so you'll hear me talk about that a lot. The movie opens up with like an eagle eye view of girls playing volleyball, right? Yeah, it's a volleyball game. This shot is so fucking cool because it does a few things, right? I wrote in my notes that this story is like a tragedy, like a Shakespeare, like a
tragedy.
Greek tragedy, right?
Okay.
Like there's no happy ending anywhere.
No. That's also actually probably a good place to cut in and say, if you're somebody that cares about spoilers, watch the movie first because we are going to be talking about everything.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, that's a good. Thank you,
you're welcome.
thank you, because yeah, we're diving into some shit. So check out the movie first if you don't like that shit. But here we go. The volleyball game, right? It does a couple things. It shows like I wrote in my notes that it's like a Greek tragedy. So there's no happy ending for anybody, but it's very much like the movie plays out like a play to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows the different characters as they are and kind of like their personality right up front, right?
Right.
You have Miss Collins on the side of on the side of the court, calling shit out. She's actually, commanding,
Mm-hmm.
the floor here. We have the more popular girls up here by like in the forefront, right? And then the person who the whole movie is about, the focal point, the main character, is way in the back. And she's tiny, tiny, tiny. She's not moving, she's kind of like in her body.
Trying to make herself small.
I'm trying to make herself small, right? And the camera has to like pan in on her for us to even notice who she is. Yeah, I thought that was a very cool way of introducing the characters before we even get to know who they are.
It just kind of lays it all out immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like we hear them say like, everybody's screaming and stuff like that. And they're like, throw it to Carrie, she'll blow it. Or whatever. She's like, does the whole fucking Daria thing.
It's funny you say that because I literally put in my notes, felt like she tried at least a little bit, and I said she should have just pulled a Daria.
Yeah. So I did a background shit on the movie, right? So in the book, she's not Stephen, oh, it's the book is by Stephen King, if you didn't know that, right? So he writes her as overweight, pimply, and very just pathetic. And in the movie, it's kind of ironic, not really, But Sissy Spacek is she's not. I mean, she's not like an ugly girl.
No, not at all.
Like conventionally, she's a very beautiful woman. But she said for the audition, she wanted the part so bad. I think she was actually supposed to be going out for. No, Chris was going out for Sue.
Oh, I
But
think the
she
casting was great. I'm glad they
absolutely,
did it how they did.
absolutely, and we'll get into that in just a second because I have some cinematography. The cinematography in this movie is amazing, incredible. But Sissy Spacek said that they separated her from the cast the whole time. They put like grease in her hair,
Mm-hmm.
and she was just felt like while the girls they had their little parties and stuff like that. Like she was like separated, so it really felt like
Like she was divided from
hmm
everybody else.
yeah,
Interesting. I did not know that. I like
yeah.
that.
I don't know if I like that.
I like it for how it plays out in the movie. I don't like how it plays out probably for her mental health, I
I was
would
just about to
imagine.
say,
But
yeah.
but for the purposes of the movie and like getting into character,
Oh yeah,
probably a
yeah.
smart move.
Mm. So we get the sense of everybody just hating the fuck out of Carrie. You
And
know, and someone needed bonk her like on the head when they're going to the showers.
and this poor girl, like she has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Her only crime is having a crazy mother.
I was just, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. No shit, but fuck it. We'll go out of order. I don't give a fuck. Okay, because like I said, this movie's old as fuck. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? It's been made over and over and over again. In my opinion, this one's the best. This one's the best one. Although,
Agreed.
and maybe we'll do it at another date. I don't know. We'll do the remake at a later date
Because I guess it's the most recent one.
with
The
Chloe, whatever her face is.
Yes, I didn't hate it as much as you did. But I do agree that the original is way better, as they usually are.
Now, the sequel to this movie, Chef's Kiss.
Which I actually don't think I've ever seen.
Oh my God, you are in for a treat, girl.
Yeah, I'm apparently really bad about a lot of sequels.
Well, I mean, in our opinion,
Usually the sequels aren't great,
not that great.
so
So,
maybe that's why I've stayed away from most of them. I'm like,
just trying
aside
to.
from having the a box set of Nightmare on Elm Street,
That's a
like for the most part, a lot of these franchises I didn't really get too far into.
yeah, yeah. But the sequel to this movie is actually very good.
I'm excited.
So, like I said, the girls are going in. Coach Collins tells them, "Okay, that's the game." Everyone goes to the showers, and this is where the movie, like, we're seeing the cast. Come on. What is it? The opening credits.
Yes.
Merkins, just everywhere.
Yeah.
Which I guess, okay, it's their way of modesty. You know what I'm saying? It's a way of having the illusion of you being naked.
Never thought about it that way. Still not my
Who wants, who, who wants to have their purse out there in the open like that?
not their purse.
You know, guard your purse, girl. Put a merkin on it.
My only notes about this are the scene first starts, I was like, listen, this whole locker room, like I can't call it a pillow fight because there's no pillows, but essentially it's a pillow fight. I'm like, what baby gay me would have given to have seen this in action? And then my next note is full bush.
Yeah.
And then
It's the 70s.
my next note was it was the 70s.
I mean, they were all natural, girl.
Listen, no shame. Do your thing. Whatever makes you happy.
This is to all the hairy girlies out there. No shame.
Live your life.
Pick that shit out. Braid it if you want to. Put beads on it. If
Teach
that's
it how to play applause
there you go.
by
Lady Gaga.
Gaga.
But yeah, but you know who I didn't see in a merkin or in anything? Goody Two Shoes, Miss Sue Snell.
Oh,
She was already in her bra and panties
I mean,
on screen.
some
Chris,
girls are modest.
Chris, she said, We were
That
so
was for since we don't have video, that was a nice little full body shimmy.
she shaking, letting all the girlies see it.
Shaking her shit. Oh yeah, of course, because that's her character too.
Yeah,
She's like,
yeah, she's very showy in
oh
me.
yeah.
But yeah, she's bouncing all over the screen. And mind you, all of this is in slow motion.
That is
Let's
true.
get
This entire intro is basically in slow mo.
slow motion.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's a beautiful interlude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But like it didn't have to
Slow
be that
motion.
much.
Slow motion
It
bush.
didn't have to be that much.
Slow. Anyway, okay, so we pan, and this is a key. This is a key thing to think about. Everyone has gotten in and out of the shower by now.
Yes.
Also setting her, I'm talking about Carrie, aside because the camera is panning, through the locker room. We see the girls like in their natural environment, right?
And their camaraderie.
And yeah, chilling, laughing, doing high school, girl things, talking about girl, boys, whatever.
Everything that men think women do in the locker room. Maybe not everything,
DePalma.
but yeah. But yeah, Carrie's just in the shower by herself while everybody's already done.
Now, while this is a movie, she did look like she was in pain, right? Because like she's rubbing her stomach, like she's lathering up. For everyone out there, I am not a woman. I do not have I am not a person who has periods, but I have grown up with a lot of people who have had periods, and boobs hurt, right? Sometimes
It
everything
hurts to
hurts.
exist.
Okay. Okay. So she's like, so then I'm not so far fetched than to say that
No.
like her, she's lathering up, but she's also like kind of like trying to soothe her body.
Yeah.
You know.
That's a really good point, actually, because I had never even thought about that. I thought it was just a gratuitous shower scene of her just lathering up. I didn't even think twice about what was about to happen.
Because what is about to happen? Vex, what is about to happen?
Really a life-changing event for Carrie.
I can only imagine you're sitting there, you are hurting all over, your tummy hurts, like lathering down there your lady parts, trying to keep your purse clean.
And then just to come up with a handful of blood,
Handful.
not expect that. Like I can only like
You
that.
probably think
That is traumatic,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about it a little bit because that comes up in the conversation with her mother in a little bit. But
Yeah.
like that poor girl legitimately thought she was dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's just like, I'm bleeding.
Yeah.
I don't even know where it's coming from, what happened. Maybe she thought she was bleeding internally. Like, all she knew was that
Oh,
she
yeah.
was hurting,
Yeah.
and then now she's bleeding
Yeah.
a lot.
So, mind you, all of these, everyone, the real ages of everyone in this locker scene, they're in their early 20s.
Which,
Even Miss Collins,
oh, really?
she's, I think she was,
Because, I mean, she doesn't look
Betty
old by
Buckley.
any means, but she
No.
definitely, you can tell she's supposed to be the teacher looking
Well,
at her.
I said early 20s, like Sissy Spacek was 26.
Oh, okay.
Sue Snell was 22. Nancy Allen, the chick that plays Chris, she was 25.
Okay. Which on one hand, I'm like, okay,
That's
an
a young
an
age.
unfortunate thing that older actors. I mean, not in this case, but like there's some movies that like these people are in their 30s trying to play high school students.
Oh God, yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm glad they didn't use teenagers for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
In this scene.
Yeah. I think like even in the remake, I think it's very tastefully done.
That's good.
I'll have to go back and watch it. It's been a minute,
Yeah,
but
I don't remember exactly, but yeah, no, that good call.
yeah, Miss Collins, Betty Buckley, she was 29.
No shit.
Yeah. So they're all around the
That's
same age, but
crazy.
she's like their teacher.
Like I said, like she does not look old, but like however they dressed her, made her up, did her makeup, like anything, like she looked like a teacher.
Yeah.
Like she didn't look like one of the students.
And like I said, cinematography, right? She's like lathering up. She runs down her leg, and you see the blood. like just a trickle
Trickled down
first,
her leg, yeah.
and then blobs, and then she reaches up and pours out of her hand because of the water,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
too. But saying
But
the
still,
horror on her, the shock, she's like, "What the hell is this?"
yeah.
And then she looks down like,
I'm dying. Yeah. As a not so serious side note, I just wanted to point out that she broke the rules and she definitely dropped the soap.
thankfully nobody was around.
No. Nobody was around, thankfully. But as soon as she did, I said, Carrie, no. No.
So run she did right into Sue Snell and Chris Hargensen and all of them. Not a very good bunch. Not a very good bunch.
No.
Not helpful.
Tell me why.
Because, they immediately. Now, okay, sidebar. The psychology brain in me, I can see both sides of the story. So I can understand, we can understand and empathize with them being like, girl, get your shit together.
Yes.
We've been dealing, just like you said, we've been dealing with this shit for years.
And to them, like that like I just said, like that is unusual for a girl her age to not understand. At least like even if it had never happened before, like for her
Right.
to not at least understand what's happening, for her to have the reaction that she has. Yeah, I get why everybody is like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah. But we don't condone
Oh no.
behavior. So what happens next is shitty.
Yeah.
And in the book,
These Southerns coming up.
it's quite horrifying because I guess I'm sorry, I'm about to say this
Oh.
because I can picture
Oh.
you guys. Y'all are learning a lot about us tonight. Vex here has a little thing called aphantasia.
Yeah.
So they cannot visualize things in their head, but they are an amazing person either way. Anyway, but yeah, like in the book, it's just horrifying because they like. Did you ever read what the fuck is that book called? Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm.
Remember what happens in that one?
No, the only thing I remember really, which growing up, me being a weirdo, I always quoted and nobody understood, was the kid who was like, sucks to your asthma.
What?
About the kid that had asthma. He called it asthma. That is the only thing I remember from that book.
Well, they get crazy at the end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like them chanting and shit. Like it's very I don't know if the word tribal. Like what am I what am I looking for? Very mob mentality.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Absolutely.
And so like this poor girl is running up to them, scared shitless
For help.
for help.
And every single person in
In
that
the
locker
room.
room immediately turned on her.
I mean, and it's the way it's shot. It's very chaotic.
Yes.
There's no music, so all you can hear is the screeching and the chanting. Then I think it's fucking Sue that takes the thing off the.
I think it might have been, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because that was disappointing.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, exactly.
Because I feel like, not to get too far ahead, but like Sue is not a villain overall in the movie. Like she actually, starts to have good intentions. Trying to. Does it work out? Not so well.
I'm about to say what's that old saying?
Yeah, right. But yeah, it was disappointing
Yeah.
to see her like not only participating but basically starting
Yeah.
like what happens next.
There's a study, a famous study about basically just this like mob mentality. And what it is like they simulate basically like a prison and they have a group of people that are prison guards and they're supposed to be like either mean or brutal to the prisoners. And then there's the prisoners that are over here. And when I tell you that some of the nicest people that they said would have turned because everybody else was being mean.
That's crazy. Yeah, but I
You get what I'm
believe it.
saying?
Yeah.
And what's funny is that you think that you would say, no, this is fucked up. Or
Yeah.
you would hope so. I would hope so,
Yeah.
But when you're that young
you're still impressionable. And it's
Exactly.
not an excuse, but
It's not.
but yeah, you can see why you would get caught up in that when
Right.
literally everybody is doing it.
Right. So, like I said, there's no music. You can hear the girls like, whatever, chanting. Carrie is on the floor at this chant. Like she's horrified.
Mm-hmm.
No one will help her. Like this is a big life-changing villain villain origin story. And then so Miss Collins is in her office,
Mm-hmm.
and it's so I don't know how far away her office is, but they are so loud that she's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Mm.
So she runs, to the beginning of the crowd, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like she goes to, and this is interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
She speaks to Sue directly, and she
Yes,
says, "What are you doing?
I noticed that.
What are you doing?" Like the
Why?
disappointment.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna ask, like, do you think that's why she went to her specifically? Because I thought about that while I was watching it. I was like, why are you singling her out? Like, by the time you're coming in, like, everybody is
Yeah.
chanting this shit involved in what's going on. Like, why are you just going after Sue? Like,
Well, and I wrote a note. I don't want to get ahead of myself either, but I wrote a note about Sue's character.
mm,
Later on in the movie, it just seems like her whole demeanor, her whole reputation is that she's the good girl.
yeah,
She's like I said, we'll talk about it later on. But yeah, so Miss Collins comes out, singles her out, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And she's like, "Carrie has her period." And she's like,
and she's like still laughing about it,
yeah,
like
but
not
then
taking it
like,
seriously at
oh
all.
shit, yeah. So she's like, Carrie is in full on hysterics,
Absolutely.
like grabbing on to, and who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? You
Right.
have a whole class of people just
Uh,
throwing pelting tampons at your foreheads.
and this poor girl probably doesn't even know what this shit is.
Exactly. What any of these products are.
No.
You know what I mean? That's crazy. I didn't even think of
And like, I mean, not that it would make it any better if she did know what they were, but like, yeah, like, not only are you being surrounded and bullied and pelted with random fucking objects, but like, she still thinks that she is literally dying.
Yeah.
And everybody is just laughing at her.
And she's like vulnerable. She's naked.
Yes. Yeah.
So Miss Collins gets down to her level and is trying to shake her out of it. She has to slap her. Now,
It hit me because,
let me tell you something. I know, I know it was a different time frame, but bitch, you slapped me, and I'm busting more than light bulbs. You hear me?
she didn't have her. I mean, like, I guess she had her telekinetic powers at that point, but like, she didn't have her power yet.
You slapping me? You slapping me?
Hey,
Huh?
Carrie, she's still like in a panic. Like, I don't know that she could have reacted that way.
I'm talking about me.
Well,
I'm not talking about Carrie. I'm talking about me. Bitch, who you slapping?
Coming out swinging.
Yeah, it's an automatic reflex.
No, my only note was, man, the 70s were wild. She just straight up assaulting these students, including the ones she's trying to help.
There's a part. You know what I'm talking about.
Just slapping everybody
Everybody.
the entire movie. Like, that's her
Everybody.
move.
Yeah. I bet you there's a rumor around that school. Hey, don't fuck with Miss Collins.
She will
She slap the shit
slap
out
a
of you.
bitch.
She will slap the shit out of you. On God, she will slap the mess out of you. Do not mess up with her. But but I literally wrote that down. Think twice, Miss Collins. Think twice.
You gonna catch these hands back.
I'm telling you. And it's not just gonna be telekinetic. I was slapping with a telekinetic. You're gonna be thinking about what happened?
I'm over here like, no, fuck telekinesis. You gonna catch these physical hands.
God damn it. I want you to know that it was me.
Yeah.
God damn it. Anyway, so she slaps her out of it. And a light bulb bursts. Everybody's quiet. To hear a pin drop. So Miss Collins, tells her, okay, everybody get the fuck out.
Mm.
I'll deal with that later. So she's trying to console her. She's like, I'm sorry I hit you. Okay, accountability. We love to see it. Sort of. It's not. You slapped the shit out of me.
It's in a little tap. That was a full on.
Yeah, the 70s. So she's like, okay, no, but you don't know? You don't know what's going on? Now, just a little history about me. I have worked in education. I worked around children. I can't stand a disrespectful teacher. Kids can be little shits sometimes, okay? We all were. We all were. But you know what else? We all wanted? We all wanted respect.
Yeah.
And the most disrespectful thing, one of the most disrespectful things you can do is mess up somebody else's name when it's so easy. Harry,
Yeah, not a complicated name,
not complicated.
for one. And also, he was corrected by multiple people
Hello?
multiple times.
Hello? You
And
know what
he
I'm
still
saying?
just whoop, went one ear out the other.
Now he is an old white man.
That is true.
And this is the 70s, the peak of their power.
Was the 70s the peak of
I
their
mean, I
power?
don't know.
Because
I mean,
everybody now yearns for the 50s. Was that not when men were when straight white men were in control?
oh yeah,
I
that's
mean,
right.
they always
Oh
were,
yeah, that's right.
but yeah, I mean, the
Yeah, this is
70s,
about
like,
the second, what, the second women's movement.
yeah, I was gonna say, I
So
think women had some rights by then.
yeah.
I mean, there's male and female teachers.
Oh yeah, true. They're able to go back to work.
Yeah.
My God. Anyway,
I did just want to say, it is comical how fucking uncomfortable this man is
oh
with
yeah,
a little bit of period blood.
yeah,
Like, he's
yeah.
an older
He's
dude. I assume that he's probably married. I'm like, bro, really? Like, you've never seen a little period blood before? But also, why haven't you changed your pants yet?
oh well. I mean, okay. So
She's
think about it.
in the gym. There's, like, I assume they have to change into their gym clothes. Like, she could have put on a fresh pair of shorts instead of walking around in shorts covered in
Unless you
blood.
didn't want to leave her, I wouldn't want to leave Carrie.
Carrie had to get
Come on.
dressed and stuff at some
I
point.
know,
Like,
but you
was she
could be
standing
like,
there watching her the whole time?
yeah, so that she doesn't go, batshit again.
I was gonna say she already did, but
You know what I'm saying? Miss Collins was a comfort.
she was, and I love her.
She didn't have to.
For the most part, except for her wild swinging hands.
God damn it. Well, I mean, there's about to be somebody who's well deserving.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, there were several that were deserved in theory
Yeah.
in the movie universe, but like in real life, like keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. And this is why I don't have children, because my baby come home and tell me that Miss Collins slapped the shit out of me. Oh, I'm coming up there and Miss Collins, who? Where is she at? Anyway,
Point her
so
out.
yeah, so that was funny. The side eye that this principal was giving Coach Collins.
Oh yes, because he was also like eye level with her shorts,
Oh
and
yeah,
he was just terrified.
just like ew.
Like what a fucking child
God.
this old man was.
So Miss Collins, like, she was like, yeah, I wanted to shake her too. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you should know who. It's just your period, girl. But we're about to understand why
Yes.
she doesn't know. So homeboy calls her in. Can you send in Cassie Wright? It's Carrie White. Okay, once. And she's very, she's holding her books close to her. She's very, she has her hair over her face.
Very meek.
Yes. Now, this is another cool little thing from the book that I wish, and I don't know, maybe they didn't have like the technology to do it, but she's quite a deal more powerful. Like I think in this scene, she lifts instead of just like flipping the ashtray when she finally says, it's Carrie, or whatever. She gets frustrated because he's saying, we can call your mom. She's like, no. Or no, Miss Collins goes, I think she can walk home. She lives like really close. She tells him, tells her, you can skip gym for a week, going home for the rest of the day. But, the principal calls her Cassie like two or three times. And then she finally gets, she corrects him once. It's Carrie. We're all sorry about this, Cassie. And then she flips the fucking ashtray.
Sick kickflip.
And, you know, and she loves a spinny thingy in the air. We'll get to that later.
Also, like, side note, tell me what you think about like for her character that seems completely out of like she how meek and reserved and everything she is. Like that was a little surprising that she even spoke up. Because like for
Yeah.
her character you would think that she would just sit there with her head down, her books clutched to her and just let him call her the wrong name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't.
You know, and I was gonna say, like, a lot has happened today. I got told I ate shit, got bonked on the head, lost my volleyball game. My whole body hurts. I'm PMSing like a bitch, bleeding between my legs, and my whole class just buried me in tampons and panty liners.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a rough
I'm
day.
frustrated. I'm fucked up, and you're gonna sit here and play in my face?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm yelling back. It's fucking Carrie. Put some respect on my name.
Oh, I don't blame her in the
I'd
slightest.
say yeah, it is very surprising, right?
Mm.
And then she leaves the room and slams the door. She's invisible.
Yeah.
She is invisible. Just like in the very first scene. We don't even know where she is until the camera has to come in on her.
If this was the first time you were watching this movie and you didn't know what to expect from it, like you would think like one of the pretty blonde girls in front was the main character, not her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like she was a background character.
Yeah.
That's what's done so well. In the next scene, it's, she's walking home and the little boy on the bike. Here's what I want to know.
Tell me, because I'm curious if it's the same thing I'm about to say.
Why ain't your ass in school?
Oh, that's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, why does this kid look like a 40-year-old used car salesman?
I mean, that's how they dressed.
But this was different. Next time you watch it, I just want you to really pay attention, like especially when he falls off the bike and he's glaring at her trying to figure out what happened. Just look at him and tell me he doesn't look like a used car salesman.
He does. He looks like. You ever seen that show, Three's Company?
Nope.
John Ritter. For the folks at home, do yourself a favor and look up Three's Company, John Ritter's character. This little boy, he had to have been like 9,
But
something
yeah,
like that.
he was very young.
He looks like him. Very old in the face. He's been here before. He's been here before. But anyway, that was my question. Why ain't your ass in school?
Yeah, because she was coming home
From school.
early.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like the end of the day she was walking home. Or maybe it was.
No. She was walking home early. Well, maybe it could have been like the end of the day.
Yeah. So maybe.
Maybe she had.
And like he was clearly in like middle school age, not high school. So maybe
Oh,
maybe
they
they
got
got
up
three
early.
different times. Who knows? Probably not important, but
So she also, I love the sound, how sound is played in this. Fun fact, the little whenever she flexes her power, whenever she uses her telekinesis, Brian DePalma got that idea from Psycho.
I was gonna say it really reminded me of the music from Psycho. Yeah.
Yeah, he got that idea from Psycho because he was like, he wanted it to sound creepy. He wanted it to sound, weird or whatever.
Yeah. And it's like
And telekine-
startling.
Yeah. So you hear the or whatever, and the little boy loses control of his bicycle. The next scene after that, we are introduced to Mrs. Snell, Sue's mother, and Mrs. White. Piper Laurie, the actress that plays Mrs. White, she said she auditioned for the role and she thought that it was a comedy. It was supposed to be a comedy.
Oh.
And Brian De Palma said, yes, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. So this whole time, she thought that this thing was supposed to be a comedy. She didn't know that it was supposed to be a horror movie.
Oh, that poor thing. But it also
but
worked so well.
They finally, they did tell her that they eventually told her that, yeah, it's going to be a horror film. But yeah, but they wanted her to play it up.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, she is definitely not in a bad way, but like she is overacting.
Oh, yes.
Way more than everybody else, but it works for her character too.
Yes. So this is probably around, if it is like at the end of the day. So this is around like 4 o'clock, somewhere in there. Miss Snell is watching her soap operas, having a little midday drink, midday cocktail.
Good for her. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, just living a life of luxury. She hears the doorbell ring, Okay, costuming. Mrs. Snell, not Miss Snell, Miss Margaret, right? She looks like a fucking nun. But she also looks like fucking Snape.
Yeah, Yes, I thought she looked like, obviously she's very conservative in the way she dresses. She's very covered. But she looked very witchy.
Yes. So the scene, you know, it fades away into the scene where she's walking up to the house, and you see her cape or whatever it is, her shawl, flowing.
Let's call it a cape. I like it.
Her cape, flowing as bellowing behind her as she's going up to the thing. So she rings the doorbell. Miss Snell is, enthralled in what's going on the TV, but she gets up and she comes to answer the door. She's talking to this lady through the screen door. Did you notice that?
I did not notice that, but I also don't blame her.
So she's like, Mrs. Snell. She's like, oh, hi, Miss White. Kind of already annoyed, right? And she's like, how are you? How's your daughter? How's the doctor? And at this point, I really want to know, bitch, are you a vampire?
Waiting to be invited in?
Yeah.
You don't have common courtesy. Well, I mean, I guess it was, again, the 70s. That was like, you don't have common courtesy if you just show up at somebody's house unannounced, but I guess that was like commonplace.
Oh, yeah. At any rate, Miss Snell is courteous, and she's like, oh, I gotta be polite. Come on in, Miss White. And she's taking off her gloves and everything like that. She means business.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear me?
She's there on a mission.
She is there to win souls for Christ. She's like so much, in fact, she's like, oh yeah, I think Sue and Carrie are in the same class. Maybe she can come over sometime or whatever. She's like, bitch, I'm here on the Lord's work.
I'm not trying to make my daughter friends.
Don't you dare come to me with that nonsense.
Jesus is the only friend she needs.
Hello? And she needs to be starting to pray right now. And she said, this is God. She said, this is godless science. And Miss Mel goes, I'll drink to that.
I would say the exact same thing. But I also wanted to point, like, on a serious note, maybe I am reading far too into this, but
please.
I thought it was interesting that their surname is White and she's dressed in all black.
Yes. I don't think that that's
to do with like her very
staunch
strict black and white thinking.
Oh, absolutely. And think about, we have to get into the themes, and it's coming right after this, because she goes back home and she gets the phone call from school, right? But she has a shame about her, and it's all centering around sex.
Yes, definitely comes up several times, but like,
yes,
in a real big way later in the movie.
Yes, but it's all centering around that, and I think White, it's kind of like the juxtaposition of, her religion. Like, she's trying to be as pure as she can, trying to be as white as she can. White in the sense of, purity, cleanliness, right? But later on, we find out that she's not as white and pure as she would like to think
or claim to be. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She liked it. That will come up later.
Yeah, no, we'll get there.
But yes, you're definitely right on the money with that. Like, and a lot of things with costuming. Like I said, we're about to get into that too. But she's very, like I said, she's very Puritan. She's very it's very black and very meek and conservative, modest, or whatever, modest.
I don't think there's any ankle showing.
Not at all. Not even anything up here in the neck area. Her hair covers her neck.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Not even her wrists. She has gloves on when she shows up. You know what I mean? She is serious business. So she's like, I'm here on the Lord's work or whatever. She says something, and I was gonna write it down. I can't remember why, but like I said, she says like, oh, she makes a comment. Miss White does, on the children of the day are like swimming in sin, and drinking and sex and all the shit like that. And Miss Snell says this is important. Miss Snell says, my Sue is a good girl. Well, what your good girl doing? Pelting, using tampon slingshot at Carrie. Yeah. And she's such a good girl. So that's what I meant by saying, like, she has this reputation of the quote unquote good girl. And that's just surrounding her. So that's why I think like, Miss Collins went directly towards her and that type shit, right? So mom snaps back, the phone rings. And so she's like, will you hold on for
Mm-hmm.
just a second? And then she's like, she's back here trying to be quiet.
She wasn't trying to be quiet.
She's like, she's like,
talking at full volume. She's like, let me just get rid of her.
she's like, hold. She said, yeah, Margaret White is here. Wait, hold on, let me just get rid of her. Hold on. And then she said, bitch, take my money and run. Here's five. I like to contribute five. You know what? $10. And Margaret's like, oh, okay, I got you. I see. Give me your money. I hope you find Jesus. And that turn was she was quick with it. The cape.
I literally wrote she whipping her cape like Batman
I mean,
on the way up. She turns around. Not only that, but she turns around right in this woman's face with her hand raised, like she is going to slap the Lord into her.
you know what I'm saying? Lord have mercy. So she's pissed boots already. She ain't saved a soul today. She is disappointed. So she gets home. Oh well, Sue. Sidebar. Sue walks in right at the right time, and she's like lurking in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Guilty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when she can clearly see who's there.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh yeah.
is probably thinking like,
Oh shit. She
she
knows
came over to tell my mom
what's
what
what.
happened.
Yeah. Just guilty as shit. And she was like, what was Margaret White? What was Carrie's mom doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Just scared shitless. So anyway, next thing, Mom versus Carrie, round one. Fight. This is horrible to watch. Okay. Child abuse is awful. And
Mm.
this poor girl has had, like I said, she's had a day. She's had a fucking day.
And then to come home to that instead of a loving, caring mother.
You get this bombarded with scripture, physically and verbally.
Obviously, you feel worse for Carrie,
Yeah.
but I can't help but feel bad for her mom a little bit too,
Okay.
because like this woman straight up, like she must have had that shit bookmarked or had that page memorized. She opened straight to a chapter called "The Sins of Women."
Uh huh. Yeah.
What has this woman been through to get her to this
That she just thinks
point?
that women are just sinful,
Mm-hmm.
just by their very nature. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there is a shame there, and, not to get too serious, but shame, right? My therapist used to tell me, shame is something that when it's not in the light, when you try to stuff it down, put it in a dark corner and shit like that, it starts to mold. It
Mm.
starts to stink. It starts to and seep into everything else. And it really and truly, Margaret is all about control.
Yeah.
Because there have been a lot of things that have been out of her control. In the book, we already found out, we find out that Carrie was like an unwanted pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
She thought that it was a tumor. She thought that she was dying.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which
But
in the newer version, they kind of play with, they actually say that, right?
mm-hmm.
But in the book, but that's what brings her to like religion.
But
You know
that's
what I mean?
so
Well, she
interesting
was
too. Like
also
the
very religious beforehand, but
but similar parallel is
mhm,
interesting that I hadn't thought about until just now. About like them both going through something that is a natural part of life and
mhm,
thinking that it is something
that they're
like
dying.
wrong with them.
Hmm.
Hmm.
But it gives her a sense of control. And the reason why I say this, right? So she says, she comes home, she's all pissed off and huffy because she couldn't get Mrs. Snell's, to sign up for church or whatever.
Mm.
And she gets a phone call, and she's like, "Oh, what the fuck now?" And it's the school telling her what happened, and she's like, "Uh." So she hangs up the phone. She's like, "Thank you." She's like, "Come on down. Come on, girl. I
Mm.
know you're listening." So Carrie comes down, and she's like, "Why didn't you tell me, Mama? Why did you tell me? And she comes, everybody is getting slapped up in this bitch.
Oh, yes.
And she slaps her so hard with that pamphlet or the Bible or whatever the fuck it is. You know what it looks like? It looks like one of those. I only know this because those pamphlets would show up in our mail. They they look like that. And it doesn't look like it's too heavy, but she slapped the dog shit out of Carrie.
Yeah.
And knocked her to the ground. And
And
I
this poor girl's already been slapped at least once today.
that would be my first practice. How to slap a bitch. How to pimp slap somebody with telekinesis.
Mm.
But what's interesting is the camera shot, the camera angle. Because, and we'll see, there's 3 rounds of Carrie versus her mama
Okay.
in this movie. Okay. This is round 1.
Really?
Okay.
It's only 3?
Only 3.
Okay.
And at this point, Margaret is looking down at Carrie, inserting her dominance over her, her power, her control over her. Now, what was left out of the movie from the book is that Carrie has already had access to her telekinetic powers.
Okay.
There's a point in the book where there was an incident where she was a little girl and she gets in trouble because the neighbor is like sunbathing in her backyard and she doesn't have her top on. And she's like, "What's those?" And she's like, it's my chi-chis. It's my breasts.
Mm.
And Margaret catches her and she's like, takes her inside and drags her into the prayer closet and she's like berating her and everything like that. Well, but stones start raining from the sky on top of the house. So she already knows. So in the book, it kind of makes sense for her to try to gain dominance over Carrie, right?
Because she already knows there's some power there.
Exactly.
That she's trying to stamp out.
Suppress, right? But in this instance, it's almost kind of endearing in a twisted way because she's holding Margaret is holding a dark secret, a dark shame about her that's revealed at the end of the movie, right? And it's almost like she's trying to save her daughter from going through the same kind of trauma.
What did we already say about good intentions earlier?
Road to hell. Straight to it.
I mean, obviously the incorrect way
No
to
shit.
try to help her daughter, but yeah, I can see the in her twisted, fucked up mind that might be what she thinks she's doing.
Right. So in a way, she's trying to, and I say that I say that very loosely because the bitch is neurotic.
Yes.
Okay, she's quite neurotic. She's fanatical. She keeps slapping her in the face, telling her to repeat after and the first sin was intercourse and all this other shit. The first sin was intercourse. Curse of blood.
Was that though? Was that the first sin?
The first sin was denying God, defying God because you ate
About the
the fucking apple.
Yeah, this bitch needs to get her Bible story straight.
You know what I'm saying? Because Adam and Eve wanted to do was fuck.
Point in the world, like what else is there to do?
Yeah, and they were supposed to populate the world. That sucks. Just take a moment. Imagine if you think that having sex is so horrible that it is a sin. How are you living?
You know what's sad though is like people still think that. Like there are still people in the world. Like I know there's plenty of religious people that only think it's a sin if it's before marriage or what have you. But there are still people that really, even once they're married, think that you have sex to procreate and that's it.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You don't get to enjoy yourself. Nothing. Like if you are not trying to procreate, then there's no point.
And then to force this upon your daughter. And not only that, right? The interaction with Margaret and Sue, and then the interaction with Carrie and the schoolgirls and even the little boy and the principal, they are social pariahs. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? They are outcasts.
Mm-hmm.
And poor Carrie, it's not her fault. Like it's Margaret's sins passed down to her, her religious trauma passed down to Carrie. At any rate, so like I said, I use the term, she's doing this out of love loosely,
Mm-hmm.
because really it is all about control,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
And
But
then she,
in her mind, she's doing it out of love.
hmm and for a brief second, we almost can kind of make that argument because she gets down to her level and she grabs her daughters by the hand and she's like, "Okay, we'll pray for forgiveness, Lord, if you think." And she's feigning that goodness, right? She like, I'm praying for you, girl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm praying for you. I'm
Because she even
interceding for you.
says, we will pray for forgiveness.
Yes.
Like, I'm in this with you, when
Yeah.
really,
No,
stop this. You're doing this for you.
yeah, and you're bringing unduly sin upon this house. And then what does she do? She gets back up just when we're like, oh, okay, maybe she praying for her for good. No, she gets back up and she drags this bitch across the kitchen floor into her prayer closet. This is scary as shit. I'm not gonna lie. This scared me when I was little. The little statue of Saint Sebastian.
Listen,
I thought it was Jesus too.
I'm gonna be honest. I, to this very day, thought that was Jesus.
Yeah, no. Saint Sebastian was. You know what? We have the technology. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
My only note about that was that Jesus statue looked straight off of a Slayer album, because that thing looked fucked up.
Yeah, and it's glowing eyes. I think that's what the fuck.
Yeah, its eyes looked like animated. Like, not in like animated like it's alive, but like cartoonish.
Yeah, like one of those Christmas special
Oh,
claymation
yeah.
type things.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what they look like.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that.
So Saint Sebastian was the Christian saint and martyr, but he was ran through with arrows.
Yeah, which also important for later.
Oh yeah, yeah. Foreshadowing, if you will. So anyway, so she's kicking and screaming, Carrie is, and like, you really do feel sorry for this girl. Like, life is just happening to her all over the place. Like, so many people have inserted their dominance over her, you know what I'm saying? And even at her own mother. And I said that too. Like, there's a lot of things in this movie that's like just a part of girlhood.
Mm-hmm.
That these are moments where at least my sister and my mom bonded over. Like, when she got her period, she was like, took her out, got her ice cream, told her about, what was happening and everything like that. And, like, was very gentle with my sister. Prom. Most girls love, going to get their hair done and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? And we'll get to that later. But these are happy moments. And Margaret has stolen all of that from her. But anyway, so she's being dragged across the kitchen floor, kicking and screaming, and Margaret's like, "We're gonna pray, you're gonna pray, whatever." And she throws her into this like 4x3 closet. Not even barely enough to turn around.
Obviously, this movie came out long before Matilda, but it reminds me of that closet that the kids got
Oh, the
thrown into.
chokey
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought of.
It's very cramped in there. You have this creepy ass statue of Saint Sebastian staring at you. That shit would give me nightmares too, bitch. Yeah, so God knows how long she's in there. And if you didn't pick this up, there's no music while she's kicking and screaming. So it's the uncomfortableness of,
Silence.
the silent of just her screams and, her kicking and whatever. And then when she slams the door, like, she's beating on the door, she's like, "Mom, please let me out, please let me out." And then she's like, "Oh God," like that. And then it's that, like the string, and the mood changes. She's like, "Okay, I gotta get to praying if I want to get out of this bitch."
Mm.
So we don't know how long she's been in there. She finally comes out, and she goes and she fawns. Okay. So we have three responses. No, I'm sorry, four. Excuse me. There's four responses: fight, flight, fawn, or freeze.
Mm-hmm.
So she fawns, to her mother. Even though, like, she, again, has her hair, and she's kind of like playing with her hair, twisting it in her fingers. She's coming out the closet, quietly. And her mother's like humming these little church hymns or whatever, happy with her work, you know, sending her, I don't know, she's working on a dress or whatever. I think she's like a seamstress,
It
right?
makes sense because then, like, Carrie even says later, like, she makes her prom dress and all that kind of
Yeah.
shit. So it would make sense that she learned that from her mom.
Uh-huh. Well, and I don't think that she works, so she probably has to make all of her clothes and everything like that. So yeah, it just dawned on me, but because the whole time I'm thinking about, I don't see a lick of see a lick of like electricity going on. There ain't
Thought the same thing because so many, if not all, of the scenes in their house, there's candles
everywhere.
everywhere. But were there lights in the little the prayer closet? Were there lights or were there just candles?
She has to. She has. I mean, there's a little window.
Yeah.
I think like in the like a little stained glass window that's in the corner or whatever, or in the back of the closet. But I don't think there was any lights. She had to like
Mm.
use a match to light the candles. But I was like, so shit, they really don't have like that house was dark as shit.
Mm-hmm.
No lights.
Ooh,
Nothing.
symbolism.
Mm. What's done in the dark must come to Come on now. Anyway, so she comes up behind her mom, gives her a peck on the cheek. Her mom says, you can go to bed now. Again, inserting her dominance.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go to bed until I say so.
Yeah.
Your prayers are sufficient now. You can go to bed.
And like you said, like we don't even know how much time has passed.
Right.
So like she could have been in there for hours. Like this
Hours.
could be the middle of the night, and she's like, "Okay, you can go to bed now because you've prayed a sufficient amount."
50 Hail Marys or whatever you got to do. And what was so, I love one thing about me, devilishly Dez. I love a good villain. I
Yes.
love a good villain.
Yes.
Okay. So the smirk that she has as Carrie goes up to her bed, like, it's a job well done.
Mm.
That was a nice detail.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not, you would miss it if you blinked.
I don't remember if I noticed or not.
But she goes back. She doesn't even look at Carrie. She's like, you can go to bed now. And as she goes up, she's like a little smirk.
Mm.
Like a little, like,
Good. Ooh, pat myself on the
yeah,
back. I did good
I'm a
today.
great parent.
Ugh.
And then the scene cuts away, and we see how Carrie really feels, and it breaks my heart.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? She's in her room, and she's staring at herself in the mirror. She's had a horrible day, a wretched day. More questions than answers, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And you obviously get the feeling that every day is probably like she had something specifically traumatic
Uh huh.
happen this day, but you also get the feeling that like her every day is tragic
Yeah.
and traumatic.
Yeah.
Like this is not anything new for her.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And Auntie Flo is just the
Was just
cherry on
the
top.
yeah.
So like she's staring at her. So she's in this dark ass room. You know,
Again, no lights. She's
no
just
lights,
existing in darkness.
just existing in darkness. And she's grabbing her face, and the mirror flexes,
Mm-hmm.
and she notices it, and so she concentrates on the mirror, and it's like, "Dee, dee, dee, dee," and finally, the mirror explodes.
Mm-hmm.
This startles mom, and so she's like, "What the fuck is that?" And so she rushes upstairs, and she reaches for the door and tries to get inside, but can't unlock the door. The door's unlocked,
Mm-hmm.
or stuck, or whatever. And she's like, "Open the door, Carrie." And she's like, "Yeah, mom, it's open." And as soon as the word leaves her lips, click, the door opens. And she goes in, she's like, "What was that? What are you doing up here?" And she's like, No, I'm just saying my prayers before bed, you know. And the mirror is cracks and all,
Mm-hmm.
which,
Which is the first thing I thought. I was like, but do you not see the broken ass mirror everywhere?
well, and I don't know. Yeah. Well, it's dark in there. Maybe she don't.
That's
She can't see up in there with her old eyes. But so she's like, okay, bitch, go to bed. You know, I already told you.
verbatim.
I already told you. You know what I'm saying? I run this bitch. Go to fucking bed.
I just thought it was a really cool shot that
With
I
Jesus in the background.
with that too, but when I don't know if it's after her mom leaves, but you get a reflection of Jesus in the
Yes.
mirror that is cracked.
Yeah.
I think that was a cool
Yeah.
shot. And then I think at the same time, like you see that, which is already a cool visual, but then you get the crucifix in the background, but
Hmm.
it's
Yeah.
the only thing that's lit up in the room.
Yes. Highlighting that this is the power that is present in the house, you
But
know?
then also like that juxtaposition of like the crucifix being lit up and obviously like the focal point,
Yeah.
but also you get the shattered
Huh.
version
Yes.
of Jesus
Yes.
that she's looking at.
Hmm.
Very cool.
Almost as to say that these old beliefs that she's been holding on to might be shaking just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That she's
Mm-hmm.
unshackling her, like her gaining telekinetic powers to be able to break a fucking mirror. Because up until this point, she probably thought, okay, I don't. These probably were just coincidences. The lights burst all the time. The ashtray, I probably knocked the table. The little boy on the bike, you know,
Could have just fallen over.
he could have just lost control and fell over.
Yeah.
You know
But
what I'm
this,
saying?
she just sitting in
But
her room and the mirror just shatters.
yeah, right in front of her very eyes, and she's like, "I just did that." And
Mm-hmm.
so when she's putting it back up, it's like I said to your point, it's that symbolism of saying her belief, her faith, what she has believed up to this point is has been shattered,
Mm-hmm.
and now she's stepping into because very soon she starts researching
Mm-hmm.
about what she can do and everything like that, right? Her power has been building though.
Mm-hmm.
First, it was a little bit of light bulb, like I said, and then the ashtray, and then the mirror, or the boy on the bike, and now the mirror.
And they've mostly been on accident so far.
Yes,
Like
I think
not a
that.
conscious thought. It's just kind of been like a reaction because of her emotions in the moment.
Hmm. And the mirror might be the only thing that she was like, well, I don't know, like maybe this is what's going on.
Because even the mirror didn't seem intentional necessarily, but it was
Hmm.
it felt like the first time that she really was like, "Oh shit, I did that."
Yeah, yeah, almost like the shock of, oh shit, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that, like all that other shit I thought were just coincidences, but this is actually like I actually did this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm saying like when it's ooh, Vex, that was, oh, that's so amazing. She stops her prayers even. I mean, doesn't say anything, but she just looks at the mirror and is just like almost with this confidence, like her shoulders kind of drop,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like looking at, like I said, the only thing that's illuminated in the room is a broken mirror and the reflection in it. Next, we have English class, which is a really cool shot. Okay, and Brian DePalma does this a lot throughout the movie. It's like a split screen. So like he'll shoot it to where you can see that the person or the character in the forefront is focused on, but also the character in the background is focused on, and everything else is like kind of blurry in the middle.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And what this does is that it's kind of like number one, Carrie is always in the back. She's always in the background.
Good point. Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So she's always, like I said, the invisible character.
Right.
Even though she is the main character of this whole fucking thing.
Yeah, because even I mean, to your point, like this entire scene, Until she says something,
Mm-hmm.
nobody's talking to her, nobody's acknowledging her,
Mm-hmm.
nobody's looking at her. She is not the actual focus. Like, even though she's in focus and in frame, whatever, she's not the focus of the scene.
Mm-hmm. So the scene opens. It's the next day at school. The scene opens with their English teacher, reading this poem about pollution and this very hippy dippy, free love and our parent, fight the man. Y'all are fucking up the planet, and what will you leave for us? And hypocrisy and shit like that. Hypocrisy is a great theme of this movie. One of them, at least. Hypocrisy is a great theme, but the teacher the teacher stops and he looks at, and we meet our beautiful boy. I don't think he's attractive, but for the time,
Very much for the time. Like, he is not an ugly man, but yeah, I mean, for the time, yes.
for the time.
My note was, though, he has very pretty hair.
Hello,
Gorgeous hair.
gorgeous hair. Him and Sue. Anyway, the character's name is Tommy Ross. Okay, he's beautiful, blonde-eyed, blonde hair, blue eye, blonde hair, blue eyed, and you'll see later when we meet Billy. Okay, this is what I noticed talking about the characters. Sue is a brunette,
Mm-hmm.
and brunettes are the schoolgirls, the girls, the good girls. Chris is a blonde, very much like bad girl, like blondes have more fun, that type shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But on the flip, their boyfriends, Tommy looks like an angel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's a scene later on in the movie where he's like in the sunlight,
Mm-hmm.
and the way the camera is, I guess now, I mean, like back then, it was kind of like fuzzy, so it gave him like a halo.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it did make his hair kind of look glowy, like he was the golden boy. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? The
Yeah.
good boy. And then you have Billy Nolan, who is played by, like I said, John Travolta, who is tall, dark, and handsome. He's just a devil. Dark hair, dark eyes. Well, no, he has blue eyes, doesn't he?
I do not know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
I think John Travolta has blue eyes.
I wouldn't know. I can't picture it. I think you're right. I think he has light eyes.
But very dark features, right?
Yes.
And so it gives him that. I thought that, to your earlier point, the casting for this movie was very spot on,
Mm-hmm.
and like he really knew what he was doing. Anyway, back to the scene. The teacher is so he says, I think this poem is an extraordinary poem. It's extraordinary for you, Tommy Ross, because Tommy is an athlete. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He does
Stereotypical jock.
he's a,
You wouldn't expect him to do well in class. He's just good at sports.
yeah. Well, come to find out, Sue writes his poems for him.
Did he say it was Sue? I know he admitted later on that somebody wrote it for him.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was her.
And he said, yeah, no, somebody else wrote it for me, but Sue does his homework for him. That's why. Well, later we'll get to that in just a second. So the teacher asks around, do we have any critiques? Anybody wants anything to say about this? Class participation. And Carrie, speaks up. Oh, it's beautiful.
Almost seems like completely unintentionally. Also,
Like, oh, did I say that out loud?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, it's beautiful, and he's like, no, wait a minute. It's almost like he says. It's almost like he says, "Who said that?
I think, oh shit, I forgot you were here.
Did I count you absent? I heard about your little incident yesterday. I thought you would take off a week. I've counted you absent every single day. You've never said anything, and up until this point. Anyway, so she speaks up, and obviously he mocks her again, hitting that point home that she's invisible in class, and everybody hates. Now, what confuses me is when Tommy says, "You shit." Or
Or, like, you suck or
oh,
something
you
like
suck.
that.
You suck.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I felt like he was talking to the teacher.
Was he talking to the teacher?
I don't know that for sure, but that's what it felt like. It didn't feel like it was directed at Carrie.
Okay.
It felt like he was saying that under his breath about the teacher because he was being a dick.
Being yeah, a complete asshole. You know what I'm saying?
And Tommy, as you kind of
He's
alluded
a
to already,
mensch.
like he like we love Tommy. Like
He
he of course he has a couple moments where he's like, not enthused about their plans later on and stuff, but like not in a douchey way. Like he correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember any specific instances, but like I don't think he ever comes across as a
oh, absolutely
douchey
not.
guy from the
Absolutely not.
start.
Now
Different.
in the book, he is like he's just like everybody else.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like nobody really like Carrie is not liked by anybody.
Yeah.
You know what
And
I
I
mean?
didn't even get the impression at this point that like he necessarily likes Carrie, but it
Yeah,
felt like he was just, like
just being a good guy.
such a good guy that, like he sees that this person who is normally invisible spoke
Mhm.
up.
And told him his poem was beautiful.
Yeah, even though he didn't write it. No, that very much felt to me like he was
Taking
directing
up
that
for
at
her.
the teacher, not at Carrie.
Yeah. Yeah, that part always confused me, but now that you say that, that does, you know, and I guess to your point, like that sets him up for
For the rest of his character, because
exactly.
like this is our first introduction to him, so he
Hmm.
very much immediately is like the knight in shining armor
Yes.
character sticking up for her even though he doesn't know her or care about her. He's just a good guy.
Yeah. Now this next couple scenes and montage is probably like one of my favorite parts of the movie, besides the besides the prom scene. So it's gym class.
Mm-hmm.
We're back at gym class. And this actually, you know what? I bet you anything, gym is at the end of the day because they have detention right after this,
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense.
right? so, so Miss Collins comes in, and first of all, the scene opens. You know, Carrie's like peeking through the window, like, oh shit, what's going on? And there's graffiti. Carrie White eats shit. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
again hitting that point home that everybody in the fucking school hates her. And the janitor's like, "You're fucking kids. I don't get paid enough for this."
Yeah.
Trying to scrub that shit off the wall. So Miss Collins is going going off roll. But the next time I want it, okay, for everyone at home and for you, Bex here, I want y'all to take a gander at the costumes, at their wardrobe. Okay, the people who mean Carrie harm have red in their wardrobe at some point in this scene. The only people that don't mean Carrie any harm have blue on. This is what I mean. So they tail them. They tail. Miss Collins, Miss Collins tells them to line up after she goes through they're all sitting on the bleachers or whatever, and she says, "Line up, everybody, eyes front, blah blah blah, two
Mm.
lines, single file." And they're lining up. You can't really see everybody, but like the background people we don't really care about.
Right.
Okay, the main people that I'm talking about are the people that show up later on in the movie too,
Mm-hmm.
like Helen, the chick with the glasses,
Mm-hmm.
Norma, the chick with the red hat cap,
Mm-hmm.
Chris.
Triggered. I can't look at anybody with a red hat now and not think you're a douchebag. Sorry.
I mean,
Oh, but
I mean, she's the original
red cap.
red cap. So yeah, she has a red cap. Then Chris has like a red purse.
See that I didn't notice. I did when we'll get there relatively soon, but like in the montage of their detention and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
I did notice that obviously Norma has the red hat on the entire movie. Like I think she also has like red shorts on or something, but she was the only one I noticed. That's a good point though. That that everybody else has some type of red. I did not notice that.
Yeah, and I'm mistaken. Chris has a reddish shirt on.
Okay.
Helen is the one with the red purse.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sue has a beige purse, and she's dressed in like all blue.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Collins is dressed in all blue. But those are the only, like those are the five characters that we really kind of carry about because they're
Did you say that we carry about?
uh, ha 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 that we care about. You know what I'm saying? Because they're later on in the movie. But yeah, I just thought that that was a great detail to kind of like to kind of point them out that these are the villains
Mm-hmm.
and these are the good guys if there is any good guys in this movie.
Yeah. No, I like that because it was subtle enough that like I didn't notice except
Hmm.
for Norma.
And I will continue to prove this point throughout the movie because it's not only just Red is not only just seen as okay, this is the bad guys, these are the good guys,
Right.
but it's also about kind of like meddling, like evil intention, not like bad intentions, right? Because like at the end of the movie when during the prom scene, like I said, I'm jumping ahead, but whatever. Sue is wearing like a red shirt with a blue skirt. There is a scene where uh, we'll get there, but there's stuff like that. So, but the plain Jane evil people have some kind of red
Like right out
right
the
out the
gate.
gate. Yeah. So in this scene, Miss Collins is, she's, and I can tell you, I've seen this movie so many times. I can do this whole entire monologue.
I believe it.
Like right now. I could do it right now. I'm not going to, but I could if
Do
I
it.
wanted to. I can't do it. I can't. But she was like, so she's telling you, what y'all did yesterday? Shitbirds, you all are.
Yeah.
What shitbirds you all are.
Yeah.
And she is shooting daggers at Sue.
Yeah.
She is very disappointed at Sue. Like, she, one of my favorite lines is she goes to Chris and she's like, and spit out that gun, Harkinson. And she goes, where would you like me to put it, Miss Collins? And she goes, you can choke on it all I care. Just get it out your fucking mouth.
I said, Coach said the quiet part out loud.
She said, you can choke on it. I mean, she was having, I gotta tell you, these teachers, mean as fuck. They can't, like, take me back to a day.
That was another note I had earlier from English class. Like, damn, can the teachers in this school calm the hell down?
Take me back. Sometimes take me back to a day where
Where teachers could
teachers
get away
could,
with
you know what I'm saying?
any of this shit. Yeah.
Sometimes these kids need that.
You know,
You know what I'm saying?
minus the slapping, but they could use
No slapping.
use a good verbal beatdown from time to time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what? Shut the fuck up and sit down. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Shut the fuck up and sit down. So, and she had had enough. This poor girl has had enough. She knows her mama. Everybody know her mama. You know what I'm saying? So she knows her home life. She knows her school life. That was shitty.
Yeah, she knows that this girl is having a hard enough time,
Especially in your
without
senior
people.
year.
Yeah, well, not just especially your senior year. Like this has probably been going on
Oh, forever.
the entire time she has been in school.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely forever. Absolutely forever. So Miss Collins is like giving them a real tongue lashing, and she says, you know, I went to the principal, and they said, refusal of your prom tickets, detention, all week, all that shit. You ain't going to prom. You going to detention. Y'all gonna be strong. Y'all are gonna be strong ladies.
The tension made my lungs hurt in this movie.
That would have been well, from where my hometown,
Was
quite
that
hot,
like normal?
quite hot.
Oh,
Quite hot. I would have hated to have detention like that,
Mm-hmm.
especially during track season. Jesus, it's at the end. What prom is? What in May?
Sure.
Did you?
Actually, yeah. But I don't remember when it was. That was a long time ago. We're old.
I got invited to two.
I actually did too.
Oh yeah. Oh look at
Yes.
us, quite popular.
I know. I went when I was a freshman.
Oh, you were one of those.
Yes.
It's so
Because
cool that you hung out with the seniors, huh?
well, not even that. At the time, I guess it was a junior senior prom,
Uh-huh.
and I was dating a junior, so I got to go to prom when I was a
You
freshman.
dated an upperclassman,
I did. I did.
so you really were cooler than I thought.
No, I was not. No, no, I just happened to be dating somebody that was a little older. But yeah, and then I went when I was a senior too, and I would have been fine not going to either one.
Oh, written. Your school didn't burn down, did it?
No, thankfully it did not. It was not as bad as this prom.
Oh, killer party.
But yeah, no, it also wasn't great. So
I had a pretty good prom. The first prom, my own prom, was boring. The better prom, because I went to a rich white school. They did not know how to party. Did not know how to
yeah,
party. I went
they
to,
do in movies usually.
yeah, but nobody was sneaking shit in.
Oh,
Security was tight,
boo, boo.
tight. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
what the
saying?
fuck is the point then?
However, comma, our rival school, party of the century.
Oh, you went to that? You went to that prom?
Oh
Your
yes.
rival school's prom?
Oh, absolutely.
Where is your school spirit?
Fuck them. Fuck them. They knew how to like. Yeah, our rival school knew how to party. But anyway, I digress. So quiet as kept. Like they are. So she's like, the officers decide that like that you can hear a collective gasp. Refuse to have a prom. We can't go to prom.
I said, "Oh no, the consequences of our actions."
Yeah, I die laughing every single time. Just horrible. And so she's going down the line and she's like, who are you going with, Chris? And she's like, Billy Nolan. Billy Nolan. And he's like, oh, and he looked like a fella. And then she gets to Sue and she's like, who are you taking? Tommy Ron. And she's like, right. And gives her the look, just 1,000 deaths. Right. And Sue's like, oh my God. It's worse than saying, I'm disappointed in you.
You know, even though those weren't the words that came out of her mouth, that is
This
what
is
she said.
mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So anyway, but she comes, she's like, yeah, y'all deserve this shit. Y'all fucking deserve it.
Mhm.
But
And they did.
the office has decided that's too damn harsh. We can't ruin your senior year. Y'all should be able to make memories and shit.
Man, fuck that.
Even if y'all fucked up another girl's memories, so y'all still going to prom and stuff. Everybody's like, oh, sigh of relief. Oh my God, thank goodness. Thought I was gonna have to return that dress. And then she says, oh, but there's one little catch. It's to be my detention for an hour, and y'all bitches about to work.
Hell yeah.
Y'all about to push the earth. Now, here's another fun fact. In an interview, like one of those little shorts or whatever about the movie, the chick that plays Norma, and so remember I told y'all that, or remember I told you that they kept Carrie separated from the rest of the cast, right? So they got all of them got really close to one another. Like they would have like little parties and stuff like that in their trailers and all this other shit. So in the montage scene, you can see Norma and Miss Collins. Like Miss Collins is trying to be serious the entire scene. But Norma is like smirking the whole time because she was trying to make Betty laugh because they became really good friends. And so like there's one instance where Betty is like kind of like smirking but trying to be serious,
Wow.
and she kind of has to like turn her face toward them. So that whole montage scene, she was trying to make her laugh, like trying to break character and shit.
I did not even notice.
Yeah, very funny. And like I said, I've seen this movie. Couldn't tell you how many times.
Yeah.
So they're in detention, and it's not going great.
Everybody is struggling. I can't blame them. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I remember getting in trouble for trying to like skip gym
Oh God.
in middle school, and yeah, my punishment was just like running.
I was about to say, so at our middle school, we had a ditch that was like maybe half a mile wide and two times around it. What? Yeah, that's right. It was like half a mile wide because two times around it was 1 mile. And remember they came out with like an initiative, like you have to jump rope for however long or whatever. Our punishment was running around that ditch. Maybe that's why I like running so much.
Could not be me.
Jesus. So yeah, they're it gets to the point where they're like running in place.
Also, side note, like, why are they all so crowded together as they're running in place?
That's a good point.
Space out like you're like right on top of each other as they're running in place.
I have no idea. That's a very good point. That is maybe because they all need to be in the shot. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but
Because there was a lot going on in the background too. Like
yeah,
there's like other practices and shit.
true. Yeah,
I don't know.
It just seemed like a strange choice, and maybe it was intentional. Maybe it means something that I don't know. But I was like, why are y'all running like basically in the same exact spot?
Oh, je ne sais pas. So Chris, pussy ass bitch.
Tommy has better hair than you, Chris.
And here's the thing. You think you all big and bad. You can't even last one day. 1 fucking hour. She's like, screw this.
Not only that, entitled stupid bullshit aside, this bitch, they even say specifically that there's like 10 minutes left. And she chooses then
Oh, yeah.
to throw a goddamn, just finish the day.
Yeah.
Like, why are you making a scene? You're going to get yourself in more trouble for 10 minutes?
You want to lose your prom tickets?
10 minutes. You've already endured so far. If you were going to throw a fit of that proportion, like, do it at the beginning before you have to work out.
No shit. Because, well, I did forget to mention. Now, she did say, so Chris had already been, against this to begin with.
Oh, yeah. She was
Because
throwing a fit from the moment it got mentioned.
Yeah, she was like, oh, well, I'm not doing that shit, right? And she was like, well, okay, that's up to you. That's up to all y'all. Like, if you don't do it, you ain't going to prom.
Yeah.
You're not going to prom.
Well, no,
So
like,
what's it worth to you?
But she got persuaded into showing up, but she made it through the entire detention.
And now?
Except 10 minutes, and then she decided to throw a fit and get her ass tossed out of prom.
Crazy. Now, yet another slap. I'm telling you, every single time, and it gets funnier every time I see it.
My next note was, damn, this teacher just defaults straight to slapping.
It's an impulse at this point. It's an impulse.
Add it to your list of fight, flight, fawn, freeze, slap.
Yes. I don't know what came over me. I am triggered, and that's just what I do when I'm triggered. Slap a bitch. That's crazy. But another fun fact, remember, they're all friends outside of filming. Okay. So Betty Buckley didn't want to slap her as hard, but Brian was like, you need to lay into her.
Make it
This is a this is a student who is out of line, girl.
Slap the shit
Slap the dog shit out of her. And so that slap took about 100 takes.
No shit.
Before they finally got it right. And then, like, if you notice, she slaps her so hard. And then she's like rubbing her hands afterward.
I did not notice.
She's rubbing her hands afterwards. She's like, let's slap the shit out of her. But then so like that poor, whatever her name is, Cliss, the actress, that poor girl had to endure being slapped over and over and over again.
Like, I understand, like, yeah, even if they're not friends, like I get like you don't want to slap somebody that you're working with
Mm-hmm.
generally, but like just do it once well, and you don't have to do it
100
100
times.
times.
She was like, and yeah, that shit was so fun. It gets funnier every single time. She says, "You can't hit us. You get canned for this, you bitch." And, and, and Miss Collins was like, grabs her by the neck, right? No, by the shirt.
I was like, oh goddamn, I don't remember that.
She grabs, she hems her up. She's like, "One more word out of your mouth, and I'm gonna knock you the fuck out, bitch. Do you hear me?" And then Chris tries to breaks away, and she tries to rally the troops.
Everybody's like,
Mm-mm.
I ain't getting
Helen,
slapped on.
Helen's because Miss Collins is
Literal definition of slap happy.
she's handing out ass whoopings and pimp slaps. Which one do you want?
Bitch,
Skippity paps?
you smoke. You smoke. You speak when spoken to now.
Hello? Oh my god. Nobody wants to smoke. Okay. So Chris is like, all stick her we all stick together. She can't do this shit.
Mm-mm.
And everybody's like, nah, girl.
You're not dragging us down with you. Mm-mm.
She just slapped the highlights out your hair. She just slapped the perm right out of your hair. No.
Her hair used to look like Tommy's.
And now it's just fuzz. We're draped in the wind. So everyone's like, no. And then Sue, speaks up. She's like, she's had it. Sue has had it. Shut up, girl.
Seriously.
Shut up.
It's like, dude, you are making a fool out of yourself at this point.
Just
like,
you are doing the fool.
For people who are not from the South, those were two different words.
Yeah. FULLFOOLL. She was doing the fool on that field. Do you hear me? And then so she gets mad and she runs off. Collins is like, "You're out of the prom, Harrison." And then everybody, stop and stare. And she's like, "Bitch, who else wants that?" Bucks at him. "Bitch, who else?
Back to work.
Get back to work. Y'all still got 10 minutes left."
Got brass knuckles in my pocket. This can be worse.
Do you hear me? What a fucking badass. Well, kind of, because it is still very abusive to be hitting children. I mean, these are teenagers.
Yeah, it's not okay, but for the movie's sake, I kind of like it.
The bitch deserved it, especially what her fate is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So they're like, everybody's gawking at Chris Hargensen storming off the field. She's out of prom, piss boots, and Miss Collins turns back around and she's like, "What the fuck are y'all doing?"
I'm not putting on a show over here.
Yeah. So then it cuts to our boy, Tommy. And I just want to take a moment to draw some parallels here.
Please.
So it's already, I already said that, Sue and Tommy were like the good guys, right?
Right.
They were on the good side. So he's running up, blonde hair in the wind. She's like Snow White and waiting on the fucking gate,
Yeah.
And he has good news. The coach told him, that he's making it to nationals. There's gonna be scouts at whatever the fuck he's doing, sports ball.
I think it was track, but I don't think it's important.
Whatever.
I like sports ball better.
Whatever. He's good shit. He has a future. She has a future.
Yes.
He has a future because of her. You know what I'm
Get
saying?
your story straight.
Jesus. Because she's doing his homework and things. And that's very important for what happens next.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh, that's great, Tommy. By the way,
I gotta call in a favor.
yeah. And they're like all walking hand in hand and everything like that. She's like, "Will you do this for me? Talking all sweet like that." Cut to Chris and Billy. These cats here are drinking and driving.
Right in front of cops.
Right in front of cops. Philandering right in front of his girlfriend.
Philandering?
Philandering.
He's a dick.
Right out the window.
John Travolta's character is a dick.
I mean, listen, who the fuck was he? Danny, he was not in this movie. Danny from Grease.
Oh, sorry, I didn't remember his name. It's been a long time since I've watched that.
Sandy. Um, yeah, a sweet old Danny. He is not, and Danny was actually kind of a douchebag too,
Yeah,
if I can remember
I mean, that was probably every man in that time
in that
period.
era. So, like I said, let's draw some parallels here. Okay, here we got Sue and Tommy, and then Chris and Billy. Sue and Tommy, daytime, after school, whatever, daytime, very sweet, very, like I said, both of them have a future. They're both, his is in sports, hers is in school, she's the good girl, good
Right, right.
reputation, that shit. Then it's like an immediate cut to nighttime to Chris and Billy. I also want to draw some parallel. Well, hold on, let's get because there's some things that are about to happen that I have often the confusion every time I watch this.
Okay, I'm curious.
So we pull up to, I guess, the local spot. You know, they're really abusive. Well, all the way drive on the drive here, he smacks her because she's talking to her. I think she calls him a dumb fuck or a
Yeah,
dumb shit or something like that.
I think both, but still,
Yeah,
like he gets so super sensitive about it
butt
and
hurt.
fucking slaps her every
Ow.
time.
Now, fun fact: Nancy Allen said that John Travolta was an actual gentleman, and they had to like if you watch it, it's like a tap, and they had to put in the
The
smack.
sound effects.
Yeah, because he was like, I can't.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't hit her. She's soft. So yeah, they had to put that sound effect in there. But anyway, so they pull up, and John Travolta's character, Billy, he's pissed. He's annoyed. He's like, this bitch calls me stupid. Although he does. He's drinking and driving and shit.
He's doing
He's
stupid
stupid
shit.
shit.
She does say it in an extremely douchey way,
Hmm.
but yeah, he's being a dumbass.
Yeah. But anyway, but she's got business to attend to. Business.
Yeah.
So she's like, hey, baby, where you going? And he's like,
Away from you.
yeah, like out of this car before I really fuck you up. But she's like, hey, come on, you want this kitty, you know?
And you immediately see it on his face. He's like, well,
Hmm.
maybe I'm not so mad.
Yeah, quickest way to a man's, well, straight man. So she's, batting her eyes, pushing up her titties, like, and she's like giving him the give and go. Anyway, then she finally like gets in, fixes her hair, opens her mouth, unhinges her jaw,
For real.
head first into his lap.
How is she still talking through the whole thing?
Hello, and this is my question.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, but that was my only note for this entire scene. How is she talking the entire time?
Ventriloquism. Ventriloquism. That's all I can say.
Because she is very obviously in the middle of doing her thing, and she is talking the whole time.
The entire time.
Also, I can't tell if it killed the mood for him or not. I mean, I know he
He's
stopped
like,
to
who the
ask
fuck
who,
is that?
but do you think he was still into it?
Oh, he was about to bust. No. He probably was like, dude, that you're edging me. Stop it. Who is Carrie White? Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, right.
You hate that shit? Nah.
Because he doesn't even go to their school, right? Isn't he older or goes to a different school or something? Or am I just making that up?
I want to say, because I cannot remember from the movie or the book, but I don't think that he goes to their school. I think that he's like supposed to be older,
Yeah.
but he's not in college or anything like that.
I
Like
don't know
he's
because he's a
just
loser.
yeah. But it's almost it's kind of funny how like if we go back to earlier when Miss Collins was calling roll and she was like telling them asking them who they were gonna take and Chris Hardington was like, I'm going with Billy Nolan and she's like, who? Billy Nolan. Who? I can't hear you. Speak up.
Oh.
Billy Nolan.
So I know she was trying to make a point, is how that read, but maybe she also didn't know who the fuck he was. If he doesn't go to the school.
Or that he's a piece of shit and you'd
Yeah,
hang
maybe.
around pieces of shit.
Yeah, that could be it.
You know
Because
what
I
I'm
get
saying?
like small town vibes.
Yeah.
So I'm sure, like, even if he doesn't go to the school, maybe she does know that he's just like the town troublemaker.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's right."
Got your number, bitch.
So like I said, again, we're gonna draw up some parallels here, right? Sue and Tommy have a loving dynamic. Chris and Billy, abusive,
Yeah, not even a little bit of love
toxic.
there.
It's awful. Okay, one could argue high school, but there's two veins, as we can clearly see.
Right. Like we're all fucking stupid in high school relationships, but they're not all abusive.
Yeah, we don't have to be.
And I mean,
We don't have to be.
listen, I fucking hate Chris. Still doesn't mean she deserves to be physically abused, but she is also emotionally abusing him as
Oh,
well.
absolutely. Verbally,
Yeah.
it's just toxic all the way around.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I'm
not
saying?
good either way.
So they also I just want to draw this parallel too, that how they're convincing their boyfriends of either of their
Their
little
plans.
their plans
Mm-hmm.
is totally different too.
I didn't even think about that. I like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She's going about, okay, bitch, who's gonna do your homework for you?
Mm-hmm.
Who I'm giving you the cold shoulder because like I said, they were loving, they were cuddly and everything, and he's like, hell no, because in the book he's like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know her.
Yeah. Which also, like, I don't fault him for because at least in the movie, it never seemed like, oh God, gross. Like, why would I be seen with her? It's more comes off like,
I
well,
don't
like
know
I
her.
don't know her, and like you're my girlfriend, and I want to go with you. Like, why would
Yeah,
you want me to
this
take
is their
somebody else?
prom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but you know, Sue has some conviction about her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? She feels like she's done wrong.
And she has.
She has. She
She's
feels a bit.
genuinely trying to do something to make up for it.
Yes. However, Vex, you know what I'm about to say.
Let's hear it.
Mind your fucking business.
Yeah.
Mind your business.
I know she had good intentions. I don't feel like she tried to make this a mean thing. I think she was genuinely trying to do something nice. But you're right. Mind your goddamn business, because none of this would have happened.
None of this would have happened. She wouldn't have been at prom.
No, she would have been sat at home with her crazy mother, and prom would have just gone by without a hitch.
Mind your goddamn business. Let this be a let this be a lesson to everybody who is listening. There are ways to help, but sometimes it's just best to sit down and mind your fucking business. So the way that they're manipulating their respective boyfriends
Mm-hmm.
is very different. Tommy and Sue, they're very loving, very cuddly. And then as soon as he says, no, girl, I'm not jiving with this. She says, bet, no nookie, no kissing, no hugging, no nothing. You keep your ass on that other side of the couch.
She pulled
And
out the big guns.
you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be over here writing essays, college, across country, away from you. She,
Because she really went through like a few steps. Like she presented it at first like I'm your girlfriend. I want you to do this because you love me. And when
yes.
that didn't work, she pulled out the well, I'm not going to do your homework anymore for you. And when that didn't work, she was like, full cold shoulder.
And then he comes around, okay, okay, okay. Now, your boy Billy is a different kind of whipped.
I was going to say he's also still whipped.
Oh, he is lickety split whipped. Very hypnotized. Who? What? Gary White? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll fuck
We,
her up. Also interesting. Maybe something I'm also thinking too much into, but why did it take so much more convincing to do the good thing than it did to convince the person to do the horrible thing?
because it's always harder to do the good thing, even though Billy was harder.
Oh no. Oh no.
But that's a good point. That's a very good point. It's a slippery slope when it's just evil for evil's sake.
Mm-hmm.
But when it was hard, because, and you have to think about it. Collins says this in a later scene, but these are popular people,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Billy is a popular person.
Yeah.
So of course, like think about it. Like you're a senior in high school, you're popular. You're not taking Sue, another popular girl. You're taking this bitch this Christian weirdo.
Yeah.
Like you're going to look like she says it, but like he's like I'm gonna look like an idiot.
And he
So
will.
of course, he wants to. Yes, he wants to go with Sue, but it's also reputation and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So to your point about wanting to do it was harder for him to be convinced to do the good thing,
Mm-hmm.
quote unquote good thing,
I mean, yeah. The well-intentioned
the
thing.
well-intentioned thing, right? Yeah, I think that that's a good point to make. That it was harder for him because you're going up against a lot. So after the scene where Tommy caves and he's like, okay, I'll take Carrie right to the prom. The next scene, you see her like. Also, let me just say, did you ever have to use the Dewey Decimal System? Do you remember that?
I
I'm kind of aging this.
I know of it.
To have to look up something that you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, how do you do that?
She said, I think the word she used was miracle or
Oh,
magic or something like
it
that.
was Miracle.
You
You're
know what I'm
right.
saying?
Like that's
And
what she was looking up, and then she just happened to find a book that was talking about both, like
yeah,
a miracle and
paranormal shit,
yeah.
right? And that's like the investigation that you have to do. Like it's not
Although,
Google search, kids.
although, what else is she doing in her spare time?
Touche. She has a whole hour that she has to fill. So Carrie, our girl Carrie, she has all this free time on her hands now. She's in the library, and to her credit, right? She also can't tell the librarian what she's looking at, because if you notice, she's like very skittish. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Because she's like, people already think I'm a freak.
Mm-hmm.
If they figure out that I'm looking up freaky shit, that's just gonna add to my freakness.
See, that's where it comes in handy being the weird goth kid because then you can just be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna look up the weirdest shit just intentionally while people are around watching.
Oh, that's just Vex.
Yeah,
Just in the corner looking up weird shit.
looking up satanic occult shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so she has to do some deep investigation.
Why couldn't she just ask the librarian? She could have made up that it was for like a
A
paper or
project,
something.
a project, I guess. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it was in the school library.
She's skittish. Did you
Church
get that?
mouse.
Like yeah.
Little church mouse.
And I gotta tell you, I'm the most hated bitch in school. Okay, everyone hates me. Tommy Ross, the guy at the other end of the spectrum, comes up behind me. Yes, I'm gonna be fucking startled.
Oh yeah, he scared the shit out of her. But yeah, no, I also don't blame her because yeah, I would immediately be suspicious for one. Scared or not,
Yeah.
I'd be suspicious. I'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking to me for?" No.
What does she say? She says, he's like, hey, what's up, Carrie? What you looking up? He's like, sewing.
Mm, sexy.
He's like, oh yeah, sewing.
I'm into that.
Yeah. So here, prom night. And she's like, I know of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, hey, you want to go with me? How about we go together?
Yeah,
Right out the door.
I know. And poor thing, like again, I don't blame her. She's not equipped to handle that type of social interaction for one, but two, like she doesn't have the instincts. Well, I mean, I guess she does. I guess when she's talking to Miss Collins, she kind of brings it up like this is a joke, like they're trying to mess with me,
Yes.
whatever. Initially, I was gonna say she doesn't have the instincts to defend herself. Well, I mean, I guess she
Oh
also does
wow.
have that. Never mind. I digress. I'm just immediately talking myself out of all my points. Sorry. Continue.
Before he can even stop her eating dust.
Oh yeah. Oh, she would smoke him on the track.
No shit.
Books and all, head down.
Damn. Anyway, so the next scene,
Would telekinesis help you with earthbending? You'd be able to
I
move
don't think.
shit.
Well, Toph. Remember the episode where When she learns how to earthbending, I mean, when she learns how to metal bend,
When she learns how to earthbending, metal bend, yes.
and she's
Yeah, like
running,
skiing down
yeah.
through the
I think in that
earth.
manner, yeah, I
Mm.
think in that manner probably, make you better,
Is
better
is
at the
that
gift.
is that your go-to?
I
Like
mean,
your
I
if that would be your
wish,
superpower?
I wish,
Yeah. Is
I
is that is
wish.
that your answer when people
Oh,
ask what your
yes.
superpower would be?
Or controlling the weather and shit.
Oh, like Storm. Yeah.
Hmm.
I feel like I probably say that every time we have this conversation. Like Storm.
Yeah, but telekinesis, oh, second best, second best.
Be cool. When I finally get you to play BioShock, you get telekinetic powers.
How good is it? Is it like, am I destroying shit
You can. You can and
and
then
chunk it at people? Okay, okay. So, I
she takes off from the library, running
yes.
away from Tommy.
And the
Yes.
next scene, Miss Collins comes in and she looks over, like down by where I guess the girls' locker room is. She spots Carrie, right? Her head down, hair over her face. And Miss Collins is like, oh God, this bitch again.
Gotta get my hand.
Girl,
Gotta get my hand powdered up.
is
Smack,
this bitch comes back
smack,
into her hysterics.
smack this bitch out of her existential crisis.
Goodness gracious. But she screws on her smile. But this is all jokes aside, this is actually a very beautiful moment
It
because,
is.
like, we all have those teachers, like, have had those teachers
Mm-hmm.
who, especially if you're queer,
Mm-hmm.
or different, just the outcast or whatever, you've always found a teacher.
I was both.
Yeah, same here.
But absolutely. Mine were always English teachers. I don't know
I
about
was just
yours.
about to say that, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, English teacher, my drama teacher, and my band director. Very, very cool teachers.
Mine were always just English teachers.
Anyway, like this is a beautiful moment because we all remember those teachers. And to some of us, and I'm gonna get kind of serious real quick. To some of us, those teachers saved our lives,
Yeah, absolutely.
especially when you are the only light in that school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, in Carrie's world, everyone hates her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The whole town, not just people at the school, not just the kids at the school, the whole town hates her.
Yeah, you're right. Because even the younger kid was fucking with her on her way home and
You know what I'm
everything. Yeah, it's
saying?
not even just contained to being at school.
You know,
It is constant.
the other teachers hate her.
Yeah. And then there's no escape at home either.
Exactly. Her world fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Okay? So having just that one little ray of light in Miss Collins, probably it kept her going.
Like this bitch joined the WWE for you on an entire class of students.
Yeah. And so this scene was really special to me growing up, especially like, like, as a, kid that was bullied and shit,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Yeah, this scene was very touching. So she, goes and she asks Carrie what's wrong. Carrie says, uh, Tommy Ross, asked me to prom. And she's like, that's so wonderful.
Meanwhile, in the back of her head, she's
She's
like,
like,
God
what
damn
the?
these fucking kids. Let me have a break.
She's like, what the hell? And of course, Carrie's like, bitch, I know what's up. The jig is up. They're trying to they're trying to make me a fool again. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fall for it.
Right. Which, again, like I said earlier, super surprising to me that that was her character's response to that.
Well, for me, I think that, and I would counter that it would make her hyper aware. That I would think that everything is a joke. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying? Even the tiny bit of niceness. You
that's
know what I
fair.
mean?
Okay, so let me backpedal that actually because that's actually a really good point. because when you like at the beginning, how you mentioned like this was kind of a heavy first choice
Yeah.
of a movie to break down. I guess in most movies that aren't this bleak, like the main character could be going through all of these things, but like
Hmm.
still have some naivete
Yeah.
into convincing yourself maybe like, oh well, maybe this sweet guy is actually
Yeah, that is a
like,
trope, isn't it?
yeah. And especially because like he's never been one of the ones who's been a dick to her.
Yeah.
In fact, like I said, to me, the scene in class with both of them felt like he was standing up for her. So
Hmm.
maybe somewhere in the back of her mind, she'd be like, "Oh well, okay, maybe there is a chance because he has only been nice," but she's talking herself out of it,
Yeah.
saying, "No, like everybody fucking hates me. Why wouldn't this be a trick? Like, there's no way this can be a real thing."
Yeah. And like, and that's what makes this movie and the book so wonderful, right? Because it does, like, yeah, it does take some convincing. She's not stupid.
Although, can I just say, while we're on the same,
Hmm.
like Miss Collins also is not stupid. She knows immediately that
Yeah.
like something's going on.
Yeah.
Like this isn't gonna lead anywhere good.
Oh, absolutely.
Why at the end of that conversation was she still like encouraging Carrie? Like I get approaching it gently and
Hmm.
not being like, oh yeah, dude, don't fall for that. Like they're trying to play you,
Hmm.
whatever. But she could be like, like yeah, maybe talk to him a little bit, see how it goes, and
Hmm.
just be careful.
Yeah, I think
But at the end of the conversation, wasn't she all like, "Oh yes, you can put your hair up and you can get your makeup done," and
that was more so of her saying, because she was like, it was at this point, she was like, okay, listen, bitch. This attitude about yourself, because Carrie, it's after Carrie says, I know they're trying to trick me again. I know. And she was like, okay, Carrie, listen, maybe they're not. It's this attitude about yourself. You have your shoulders all slumped over, you have your hair down and everything like that. So she's like, bringing her in. She was like, look at yourself in the mirror. You are actually a pretty girl. Where she act, like I said before, Sissy Spacek is actually was a very stunning young woman.
absolutely.
So she was like, if you would just, maybe put some blush on.
Mm.
And I have to say, this is a little toxic femininity. But I think the point was that she was trying to say, you were actually a very pretty girl if you would just,
Wear some confidence.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That type of shit. You know what I mean? And maybe this Tommy Ross has seen, that you're actually a pretty girl if you would just turn out. And we'll actually get to that later too. Because my feelings about how Tommy felt while they're at the prom,
Mm-hmm.
like, I think that they were actually genuine.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
like
saying?
he was actually like
Having a good
having a
time.
good time,
Yeah.
and not just like, oh god, like how much longer is this thing?
Yeah.
And he was actually making an effort to try to get her to have a good time too.
Yes. Yes. But yeah, I think that that's what Miss Collins was, and that it's a very, but like you said, she ain't no punk bitch. She
Mm.
ain't stupid. What did she do the next scene? They're in her office. What the fuck is going on?
I can only hope she pulled them both in by their ears.
No, this is what she did. You know how the doors, the doors in high school had those like little
Like the little
windows?
windows, yeah.
She went right up to the window. Now, through the window.
Yeah, I can see that. I like that.
My office. Pulled him right in. What the fuck? Sue, didn't you just get in trouble, bitch? You want more detention?
I had high hopes for you.
Girl,
Now you're here fucking up again?
girl, I looked at you with the rage. What are you doing?
Mm,
Well, Miss Collins, I just wanted to help. I'm sticking my nose in someone else's business,
yeah,
and I just wanted to help. And I'm pulling my poor boyfriend
right into the middle of
along
it.
with me. He didn't have to die.
No, he did not.
I Justice for Tommy Ross.
I felt bad. I know we're jumping ahead. Sorry, that's spoilers.
I am so sorry, but justice for Tommy Ross. He is my dog,
Yeah.
okay? He was just trying to please his girlfriend, trying to be a good boyfriend,
Mm-hmm.
trying to make her happy,
And like I said, like genuinely being a good guy with
and being a
Carrie
good guy.
too, because he wasn't like being weird or creepy or ignoring her and just like sitting
Absolutely.
at a table with her being like, "Ugh, okay, well, I'm here.
Yeah.
That scores me points because Sue won't know the difference.
He said
Sit here.
he said we could just sit here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have to do shit. But so they're in the office. And she's like, "What's going on?" And then Norma comes in. That's so funny. Norma comes in. Her neck is craning all around the room. What's going on here?
I'm surprised she didn't just have a seat
No.
next to one of them.
What's going on? And Miss Collins is like, keeps game, and she's like, "Girl, get out. Is there anything else? Okay, bye. Back to y'all. What's going on?" And so she's like, I just wanted, Sue, like you said, has good intentions
Mm-hmm.
and is explaining to Collins, I just want her to get out and do something. I've had time. I've had my time in the sun. Let her live.
But also, like, even though she's telling the truth, what makes you think that this teacher would believe you?
I mean,
After the shit you've already pulled?
yeah.
Would she ever think that you are actually giving up your prom with your dreamboat boyfriend
And I think she
to
says that.
do something nice for this girl that you were just pelting with tampons?
Mm-hmm. I think she's like, yeah. You really would do that? Your senior prom,
Mm-hmm.
girl. And Tommy, and then she goes to Tommy and she's like, the men in this movie, very manipulative. I mean, not, but how do you say that? Able to be manipulated.
Easily manipulated?
Yeah, there we go. Whatever. Because Collins goes, hey, Tommy, you're a hunk. Don't you think you would look like a fool walking down the aisle with Harry White? And he kind of smirks and giggles, and then Sue cuts her eyes at him. We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about what we look like.
That was in my notes because I said, we don't care. We? Like, you won't be
You,
there.
you ain't.
It's your boyfriend that you're putting in this position
Yes.
to look like an idiot.
You know what she should have did?
Well, actually, I guess maybe if people don't know why he's taking her, I guess that does kind of make her look stupid too. Like her boyfriend's going,
Oh yeah.
okay, I take it back.
You didn't even go.
I immediately talked myself out of that argument.
But also, oh, what was my train of thought?
I'm so sorry.
No,
I
you're fine.
kicked it right off the track.
Where was it? Where was it? Where
It
was
was on the tracks.
it? It'll come back to me. Here's another one. Little side thing. The Canadian tuxedo that he's wearing.
I like it.
I do like that. I do want one.
Yeah.
It's very cute.
Oh, wait. I was thinking of something different. The Canadian tuxedo, the denim. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the tuxedo shirt.
But yeah, he's very fashionable. This Tommy Ross. But if you look at their stuff, Sue is wearing red and blue. Okay. Tommy is wearing blue, the denim on denim. So the red mixed with the blue, I can only say is like still meddling.
Yeah.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
She has deep because it's that's what I was gonna say. Sue is kind of selfish if you ask me.
Because she's just trying to clear her own conscience.
Clear her own fucking conscience.
Yeah.
Like maybe a little part of her is like, okay, yeah, I can do this for Carrie White.
Yeah.
Whatever. You don't know her.
She probably thinks of it as a selfless act. But yeah, no,
I'm
she's
sacrificing my
really
prom.
just doing it to clear her conscience.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'll go to detention and I'll give up my prom. Boo. You know what? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. You know what she should have did? She should have took Carrie to prom. Said, bitch, yeah,
Oh,
2 girls going to prom. Fuck Tommy Ross. I'm taking Carrie to prom and we're gonna have a good fucking time.
That would have been an interesting twist. It probably wasn't allowed in the 70s.
Probably not.
Because they even said, like, earlier in the movie, they were like, oh, you can't go if you don't have a date. So
Oh my God.
I'm sure they would consider a woman to not be an actual date.
What a shame.
Sorry,
Because that's
that
but
would have been
yeah,
that would have been a great
a
twist.
great twist.
I like
You know
that.
what I'm saying?
Let's
Did that.
remake it.
They should for the 100th time.
Yes,
Maybe on the 100th. Yeah.
but make it all gay. Every single character's a woman.
No male gaze?
No.
No male gaze. Because it's not for the male gaze. Yeah. I I agree with that. But that's what that bitch should have did.
Yeah.
If you really you want to put your money where your muff is.
Mm-hmm. Let me hear it because I know what you're about to say. Let me hear it.
You didn't hear that? I said, put your money where your muff is.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that, but it's along the same train of thought. I thought you were gonna say, "Put your money where your merkin is."
Yes. No, that's what I'm saying. She should have took her ass.
Yeah.
You want to clear your fucking conscience? You want to do something for the right person? You want to humiliate yourself? You take Carrie White to the prom. Tell Tommy Ross, you skip it. Go with somebody else.
Mm.
Do what you need to do.
Yeah.
But I'm taking Carrie White, and we're gonna have a good fucking time. That's the only way. That's the only justice I can see.
Yeah.
If you want to get into somebody's business, you treat them to dinner. Tommy Ross is like, we don't care what we think. And he looks over and she's like giving him the looks of 1,000 deaths. And he's like, oh, God damn it. And you know, he did say, you know, what is the big fucking deal, Miss Collins?
Yeah. I wonder how much he knew about what happened.
Oh.
Like in the locker room. Like,
oh,
maybe
that's true.
Maybe Sue didn't tell him the whole story, and maybe so he doesn't understand how big a deal it is, and why Miss Collins is so gung ho about figuring out what they're doing.
That's a good point. That's a good point because he really is just a puppet in this whole thing. Like I said, justice for Tommy.
I'm gonna start a Tommy's hair fan club.
Tommy's hair fan? Yeah.
Yeah.
He did have really pretty curls.
Yeah.
Goldilocks. So the next scene, he's really charming, this Tommy Ross. He rides in on his in his chariot, struts up to her doorstep, Carrie's house, knocks on the door, and there's like gospel music or some shit like playing in the background, and Carrie's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "Hey, girl, I really, I'm sorry I scared you the other day. I really want to take you to prom." And she's like, "Dude, I said I can't.
Mm-hmm.
My mom is not gonna have it.
Yeah.
Y'all are just trying to trick me. I can't."
Like, here are like all of these reasons that I don't even owe you, but here's several.
Yes.
As much as we love Tommy, that part bothered me. I was like, dude, can you just take no for an answer? Like, I know it's the 70s.
Well, and
but
it's
like,
his girlfriend.
I know, but still, I'm like, dude, go back and tell her she said no.
And I think he did. Like he does. And she's like, "No, try again, dude."
And then come back and say, I tried again. She still said no. What do you want me to do?
What she should have did to that point is say, "Okay, I'm gonna go and say, hey, you and Tommy, go have a good time. I'm gonna sit this one out." But she really should have gone over.
I get why she didn't though, because Carrie would have been even more suspicious.
Oh, bitch, yeah. This is I got y'all's number.
Yeah.
And I'm about to make your heads explode.
Because she can, convince herself that Tommy might actually mean it, even though she knows he probably doesn't. But if Sue came over and was like, "No, please take my boyfriend to prom,"
yeah,
she'd be like,
something's up.
Yeah, no, I thought something was up, and now I fucking know it. Like, what?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
y'all are planning some shit.
But he does. And she's like, "Why is this so important to you?" He said, because I really like you and you like my poem.
And that's sweet, even though he didn't write
Well,
it.
and this is what I was gonna say. It's kind of, I don't know, symbolic. I don't know. The word escapes me.
Mm,
But being that, Sue wrote the poem and Carrie liked the poem.
another reason to make it gay.
I don't know. I just thought that that was a little, that was a really cool point. But so he says, because you like my poem, I think it's, it was really sweet. And so this, so she's like, okay, God damn it. If yes will get you off my fucking porch before my mom wakes me up and beats me with the Bible,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, I'll beat you guys up. Boom. Deserved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deserved. The next scene, all the all the vegans, the vegetarians, the people who love little oink oinks. Close your eyes at this point and your ears because this part did make me squeal when I was younger.
Was that intentional phrasing?
Oh wait, yeah, no pun intended. That just went right over my head.
You're welcome.
Oh god damn it. But it did.
Yeah, before they even get in there, I don't know what you would call that place. The
Butchery.
slaughterhouse. I
Yeah,
I
the
don't know.
slaughtery.
The
Slaughtery.
slaughteria.
The slaughtery.
They're all walking outside, and I don't know what the other dude's uh
Freddie.
name was. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, he's being so fucking loud. He was like, "Are y'all not breaking and entering right now? Like, can you shut the fuck up and
Oh
play
yeah.
it cool, dude? Like, are you trying to get caught? Maybe because he chickens out and doesn't want to do it, but like he's being so
Yeah.
loud.
And my thing, that's bravado. You know
Well,
what I'm
yeah.
saying? Bravado. Because Billy's like, oh, shut the fuck up. Get her done, dude. Get her done.
Ugh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So Billy, and this is because we really, to your point earlier, we really don't know anything about Billy.
Mm-hmm.
We know that, he's Kristen's boyfriend. We know that he's a bad boy.
Know that he's a douchebag.
We know that he's a douchebag. You know what I'm saying?
We know he doesn't know how to use a napkin.
Not even the douchebag. He's the douche nozzle,
Yeah, he is. He's earned that.
right?
I'm okay without the visual.
Bottoms know what I'm talking about. Bottoms unite. He's that part,
Mm.
but even more so for this scene. It adds a layer of sinister.
Yeah, because his is not bravado. I
No,
know I
this
know that's
is
not who you were referring to before, but like his is not at all. He was way too comfortable
doing this.
just grabbing that sledgehammer or whatever they had and and murdering
Beating,
pigs,
yeah.
beating them to death. He had zero hesitation.
And I think that that's what make it, of course, the sound too. Dun, dun, The
Yeah.
music, the music in this fucking movie is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes it so disturbing because, like I said, for me, I can't even kill, a mouse. Oh, God. Let alone the cute little piggy.
Be glad that I don't have my long legs on today because I really wanted to touch your foot.
Dude.
I don't think I could reach you if I tried, but I had to at least tell you that I was thinking about it.
I need a moment. But yeah, it adds a layer of sinister to his character
Absolutely.
and brutality. He doesn't give a fuck.
Mm-mm.
And to add to that, right? Chris, he's like, yes, yes, yes.
Oh, she's
Almost,
into it.
almost like they're fucking, but not fucking.
Yeah. Like, she's real into
You
it.
know what I'm saying? I bet you anything. Right after that.
They fucked?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I also just thought about the parallel that she's getting that much enjoyment out of watching him hurt an innocent creature.
Mm-hmm.
which is exactly what
what
they're
he
about to do
was
to Carrie.
and what she did. Yeah, for what she did in the beginning. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? She was the leader. She was right in the center.
Mhm.
She don't give a fuck. So yeah, that scene was just very like it was one of those scenes that really scarred me from like horror movies. Ugh, because to kill something like that, like it's just so innocent.
Something so innocent and in such a brutal way.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fucked up. My only note was I wish the pigs ate Billy.
Yeah.
I don't know if all pigs will eat people,
Do?
but
Re-
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I was about to say, do you think that they starved them beforehand and then they?
Probably, but I
Oh,
also don't know that either. Which Hannibal movie was it that they did that?
I
Was
think
it
it was.
Red Dragon, I think? Or was it?
No,
No, it was
no, it
Hannibal.
was Hannibal because it was Gary Oldman who. Which did you know that that was Gary Oldman?
No, but
The
I'm not sure I know who like what Gary Oldman looks like. Like I
Gary
know his
Oldman.
name. I know his name. I would probably I can't picture his face.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. He's Sirius Black.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think I knew that.
But yeah,
Or if
he.
you've told me at some point, then I forgot.
I don't know. Okay, so Mom versus Carrie, round two. Fight. This is actually a really cool scene. So let me set the stage for you.
Like
Okay.
this whole sequence.
This whole sequence,
Yeah.
okay, but it starts like we said before, and we'll say it again. This is a dark ass house.
Yeah. Like
There's
really
no electricity.
only
Like,
lit by candles.
yes. So they are at this long ass dinner table.
Very Last Supper.
Very Last Supper. There, I think there's a Last Supper
There is.
painting,
Yeah.
and every
'Cause
black household knows what that painting looks like because they granny, they granddaddy had it in their kitchen
Really?
somewhere. Yes, or in the it's like above their kitchen table. My mama got one right now,
Really?
gold plated.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, that was a very interesting detail that they had.
My notes were the lighting during all of this.
Hmm.
I really loved, like with the lightning flashes lighting up the Last Supper in between them, and
Yes.
that's the only thing in between them. Like it's a side shot of both of them,
Yes.
both sides of this giant table with the Last Supper in the middle, but it's only lit up when the lightning strikes.
Hmm. What was what's very funny, and I don't know if this was on cue. It might have been, but they're having dinner, they're having dessert, they're finishing up dinner. And she's like, "You haven't fixed, you haven't even touched your carrot cake." And she's like, "Carrot cake gives me pimples, Mom. Like, I don't
Hmm.
want to eat it." Because now she's thinking about prom.
And
And she's
thinking
like,
about what Miss Collins said
"Yeah,
about
actually,
making an effort to
making an effort.
look nicer or whatever.
Yeah." So she's like, "Okay, so what's going on?" Or whatever. And she's like, "Oh, well, somebody invited me to prom, Mom." And as soon as she said, Piper Laurie goes, "Prom." And
Mm.
there's a thunderclap. I thought that that was the best, like one of the best shots.
Yeah, that was cool. I agree. This whole entire sequence,
Oh,
it
they are
is
doing
awesome.
battle.
Yes,
That battle.
biblical proportions.
Yes. And what I wrote here is that remember how, like at the beginning, when, Carrie comes home and, like I said, round one,
Mm.
the camera angle where, Piper Laurie's character, Margaret White, is
Mm.
standing over Carrie,
Right.
right? We see a power shift
Mm-hmm.
where now now they're sitting at equal ends.
And they could both be, sitting
Cancel.
at the head of the table. Basically.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Their power is kind of canceled out,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even when she she goes, a boy named Tommy Ronson, she goes, "After the blood come the boys like sniffing dogs."
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. She has a deep shame around sexual stuff, and my like my therapy brain clicks on, and I'm like, there's something had to happen
Yeah.
that gave you this kind of deep shame
And it did.
about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm really curious. They don't delve any deeper into that, but like she tells the story about when she got pregnant
Mhm.
essentially, and she obviously feels a lot of shame around that. But
Yeah.
I'm curious if anything had happened to her previous in her life,
It could also be just that.
that she was
It
raised with that much shame. So
exactly.
when it happened, that was enough to,
Hmm.
yeah. I mean
Because
that's
she,
also fair.
and we're kind of jumping ahead,
Yeah,
but
I know. Sorry.
uh, because she was like, she was, agreeing that she liked, we'll get there. We'll get there. Because at this point, we're talking about like she's like, no, no, I know what these boys want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know what goes on after prom night. Bitch, you're staying right here at the house. Okay, you're gonna tell him no. You're gonna tell him no, or we will move. I swear to God,
She literally said we will
we
move.
will move from here. And so Carrie's like, no, dude, enough is enough. Like I don't want to. Oh, wait a minute. Let me back up a little bit because this was disrespectful because it's also like I said that oh my God, there's so much in the scene. Okay, so let's take it bit by bit. So they're sitting at opposite ends of the table,
Mm-hmm.
right? Carrie is telling her, "Mom, I want to go to, I got invited to prom and I really want to go, and she doesn't want to hear it. And what does she do? She throws tea or coffee or whatever the fuck it was
Mm-hmm.
in her face. Clear across. That's a long ass table.
Yeah.
She said, Shh, shut the fuck up.
Fucked up, but that was a good throw.
No, not like every bit. You know what it looked like?
Hmm.
Does it look, like spoofs and like the sketch shows and shit like that?
Yeah.
And like when they would have like, oh, there's a beach outside, and they would open the door and then they would just throw a bucket of water on them.
Yeah.
That's exactly like
Yeah,
somebody
that's kind of how that played out. Yeah. You're not wrong.
because they were. I'm telling you, that table. If you have time, go and Google the scene. I'm sure you can find a picture of it. But the table is kind of long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And from a sitting, I mean, she kind of stood up, but still, it seemed like every ounce, every drop of that tea landed on that girl's face.
She hit her mark.
You know what I'm saying? No shit. So that she's asserting her dominance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then Carrie keeps going. I don't want to be funny anymore. Everyone hates me, mom. Like I really just want to be. I want one night to be good. I just want one night to have fun, and be like everyone else. And then she's like, and Tommy Ross, this boy, he's really sweet. He's nice. He's blown him off like what 3 or 4 times, and he really wants to take me.
It's also sad too because that's such a thing a lot of times with like trauma and
Hmm.
like abuse victims is like she even says like, "Oh, he's nice, you'll like him." Like she's still wanting that approval
Yes.
from her mother. Like
Ooh. Ooh, ooh,
at this
that's
point she
heartbreaking.
hasn't like dug her heels in and like said, "Fuck you, I'm doing it anyway."
Hmm.
She's still trying to appeal
Fun after a
to
murder.
appeal to her motherly nature and be like, "No, you'll like him. He's sweet. Like, don't you want this for me?"
And then
She
and then,
doesn't.
like I said, what does Mama say? Like sniffing dogs, she says. Now she ain't.
She's not wrong.
Hello. Normally, even with the period, I don't know how your mom was when you ever got one. But like I said earlier,
Unfortunately.
my sister, my mom was gentle with her. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like a proud moment for her. Prom, you know,
A big moment
a big moment,
for a lot of
a
people.
lot of people. But she is, oh my God, you have a nice, yeah, you have a date and everything like that. She should be excited. She is terrified. She's terrified because, like I often say, like anger is not like lashing out at somebody isn't truly like it's a surface emotion.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first one that comes up because it's your defender, right? What's under that is, like I said, the shame, the religious shit,
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff. So what does she say? She's like, "We're okay. You're not going. That's it. You're not
Yeah.
going." And she's like, "Please, mom. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like, just let's talk about it." Again, like you said, trying to appeal to her. She's like, "You're gonna tell him no, or we're going to fucking move from here."
Yeah.
And she's walking away, and Carrie is, like I said, she's starting to feel herself, and she's like, "Mom, I'm telling you, you're gonna want to sit the fuck down and listen to me."
Yeah.
Slams all these fucking doors shut, windows, everything. My mom was like, that's the scene that really stuck out to her.
They got her.
Yeah, because she, like I said, my granddad had that same painting, and when I tell you that that house was dark as fuck, I don't know what it was about people that didn't believe in cutting on a light. Just one,
Oh.
a lamp. But you look like you wanted to say something.
Nope.
Oh, okay. So she's like, please sit and talk to me. Mama is shocked.
Mm-hmm.
She's gooped. Okay. She's like, because now I think some things have been realized to her in that moment. Very, very swift, very swift moment that she has no more control over
Yeah.
little Carrietta.
Mm-hmm.
All the control has gone out the window. That is exactly why she tried to demonize it. Let this be another lesson to y'all. Okay? Sometimes your power, people will try to demonize that shit. And so that's what she says. She says you have Satan, which you have Satan's power. And then what does Carrie says? No, mom. No. It's me. It's me.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved this moment because it's kind of like it's a turning point for Carrie. Miss Collins have already given her the pep talk that she needs to make the effort, that she needs to, and she's like, okay, yeah, if one person could do that, then yeah, I can do it. And now I have this fucking power, and I'm like, mom, I told you, dude, we can talk about it, but she's not having it. She ain't talking no more. She's not talking no more. What she says is that she says, yeah, it's me. If I concentrate hard enough, I can move shit.
Yeah.
Okay? And guess what, bitch? All this, all this is about to change. Things about to change around here. Okay? We love a queen. And she is like, oh, this is what I've been wanting to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And this gives us a clue on how you know how I've been saying that the rest of the town loves her, like hates them, loves to hate them,
Yeah.
or whatever. So she says, "You foolish child, don't you know Satan doesn't let you know that he's working through you, right?" And she's like, and then she said, he tempted your daddy and carried him off, and she said,
Bitch, he left.
he left you, and everybody knows that.
I also love that she says he left you,
You,
not us.
yeah,
He left
he left you,
you.
you crazy ass.
Crazy ass.
Because if if I had the chance, I would leave too. Can't blame him. She said, she said, and everybody knows that. So I feel like this is really important too because it adds to Margaret's shame. You left me with a kid. You stuck it in me. Mind you, I was already against it. But I let you do this. I let my twice. I put my guard down twice. You left it, and now I'm here with a baby, okay? And you left me for another woman. So you have adultery,
You have a child born out of wedlock, because I don't know if they were married.
I think they were, but I'm not certain.
No, I don't think they were. Well, uh, okay. So in
Is
the
it different in the book?
well in the next movie,
Mm-hmm.
her dad is some Ralph White or something like that. So I guess same name then whatever, because Margaret White
White,
is
yeah.
yeah. So I believe that they were married.
You know what's interesting too?
Hmm.
I don't know what this means in any context to the movie or anything, but it's interesting for somebody that obsessive level of religious. Usually, they're the women in that position are usually made to think, well, I don't have a say in this. I need to submit to what my husband wants
Yeah,
in in any part of our
capacity.
lives.
Hmm.
And my job is to have children for him.
Hmm.
So the fact that she didn't want any of it, she didn't
Hmm.
want to have Carrie, didn't even sound like she wanted to be married, honestly.
Hmm.
Didn't want to have sex, didn't want to have kids, all of these things that usually those very traditional wives,
Well, she
like
was married to
that's
God.
what they want. Then she should have just been a nun.
I have no idea why. You know, I think it's more so like I think that she would have wanted Carrie. Because in the book she says, she actually did adore Carrie. She was scared. She thought she was dying. She thought it was a tumor, but then because she didn't know how uh she didn't know how baby well, she didn't know how babies were made or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So she was like, "Oh shit, okay,
Also
baby."
unsurprising for a heavily religious to not talk about things like that. Just like with Carrie getting her period. Her mom
Uh-huh.
never talked to her about that.
Exactly.
Carrie's mom probably never got told how you have babies,
Yeah.
just that you're supposed to.
Yeah. Immaculate conception. So it does say that she liked her, but she wanted her to grow up a certain way. But the reason why was because homeboy left. He
Yeah.
left her with a baby. So I wouldn't resent my baby. Number one, I wouldn't be having children. But she resented Carrie because it was kind of like, the cross she had to bear
Yeah.
being left from, you know, it was a reminder of the husband that left her. So all of this shame and shit is being brought up in this moment. And we understand why Margaret is the way that she is because she is partly. We haven't gotten to, you know, her having sex with homeboy, right?
Mm.
But she was left. She was left with a kid, and that's shameful. So we have adultery. We have, like I said, a kid that she is left with. She's a single mother now, and everything like that. All this shame under it, and she's just throwing it at her face. And so Harry's like, "Okay, yeah, bitch, things about to change around here. I found my power. I found my voice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to prom, and I don't want to hear a goddamn thing else. Nothing else. Zip it. Nothing." So mom won, Carrie won. Oh, baby. And what a what a knockout drag out fight it is, right? So the next thing, oh, I guess the next scene after that is schools back in the day really were kind of fucked. Because how did they get in that gymnasium? Because the next scene is Billy pouring the blood into
Oh.
like getting everything ready for prom.
Yeah. I mean, they also, I assume, had to break into
Slaughterhouse
to the
too.
slaughterhouse, so maybe that's just implied since he's such a bad boy, he just
He
knows how
just
to
knows how to
break and
do it.
enter.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, they probably didn't even lock the doors. Who were kidding?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 70s.
Yeah. Like, what kid is gonna try to sneak into school?
So they're toxic bullshit, and so she's like, watch it, you dumb shit. And, you're spilling paint everywhere, or not paint, blood
Mm.
everywhere, right? Which just a little movie magic. This was corn syrup in the scene, or Sissy Spacek said that she wanted to sleep, so she slept in her costume after they poured the corn syrup on her for 3 days. They filmed this for 3 days because it was so sticky to get off and such a pain to have to do the scene, do it again, and then clean up, do it all over again, and then, all that shit. So she was like, you know what? I'll just sleep in it. Just leave it on. I will just sleep in it and all this other shit. That way y'all don't have to fuck with it for 3 days.
That's commitment. I gotta give that to her because I would not.
Girl, it was caked in her hair. But yeah, so they're pouring this shit on. They're getting everything ready. And he said, hey, if you're a good girl, I'll let you, pull the string. And she's like, oh, I plan on it.
I don't know who you think you are giving me permission, bitch. This was always the plan.
Yeah.
You're just doing the heavy lifting.
For people who haven't seen the movie or who hasn't seen it, hasn't even read the book. So this is new. Let me take you back to a time. Imagine this is new. No one knows what's going to happen. Okay.
Man,
All we
you imagine. Sorry to get sidetracked immediately, but like, can you imagine seeing this in theaters
for the first
for the
time,
first fucking time?
no one knows what is going to happen.
That's wild to think about.
They just know that there's fucking pig's blood hanging up there, and it's no good news. The next scene, we have Freddie trying to convince one of the coordinators of the prom to be one of the people to pick up the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
So when he's picking up the votes and shit, he's like, "Yeah, I could use you around like 5 o'clock if you want to come and help us set up." He's like, 8 o'clock sounds good. Chris is in the background.
Overseeing everything.
Yeah. And Freddie has I think he has a red cap on.
Right, because he's what's Norma?
Norma.
Aren't they a couple?
Yeah, they're a date.
And they're both always like, this bitch is wearing her red hat to prom. Like, she is committed to that red hat. But
What?
she would have done great in today's world.
I was just about to say, what a spooky foreshadowing.
Mm. Let's move swiftly past it.
But yeah, so so we get that little brief scene, and then next I love how this movie is stitched together, because after that we jump to Sue and her little friend, hanging decorations. So everything is like slowly but surely coming together. The two paths that are going on,
Leading to the same event with vastly different
yes,
conclusions in mind.
and there's a line in the book where I think Sue is driving. She's trying to drive. Something has happened. Oh, she hears sirens and shit like that. I'm jumping ahead, but this is important. So she's driving, and there's a line that says, "The school exploded." This is like one of those cherry bombs or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fuse is lit.
Yeah.
This is like all the fuses coming together
Okay.
to one big ass explosion. You know what I'm saying? And it's happening kind of quickly, you know? So the next scene is Sue talking to her friend. Oh, I'm not going to prom. What the fuck are you talking about? They're having their little thing. On the ground, Chris and Norma's like, well, you can't come to prom. How you gonna be at prom if you ain't gonna be there? Oh, I'll be there. Their little plan is going on. You'll be in on it. Little plans in the same space.
Like almost directly next to each other.
Yes, I'm telling you, this is one thing that I love is either movies that don't feel like scripted movies, like they feel like
real conversations.
Yes. or movies that feel like a play. And this feels like I'm going to like a production on stage in a good way. There aren't a lot of characters. Sidebar, fun fact. Betty Buckley, who plays Coach Collins,
Hmm.
I told y'all there's many adaptations of Carrie out there. One of them being a musical on stage on Broadway. It's not good. But Betty Buckley plays Margaret White, and fabulous job. And there's a song that she plays and or that she sings. Beautiful. Anyway, that was my fun fact. So she's in a red train. She's wearing a red shit, or she's red hat and all this. Okay. Conversation aside. Next scene. In this next scene, we see Carrie stitching her, like putting pins in and shit, and stitching, her prom dress. Another manipulative tactic by her Margaret, by her Margaret, by her mother. She's like chanting and praying right next to the girl
Oh yeah.
while she's like sewing, hoping that she would change her mind. What? That God would come down and intercede. It's a manipulation.
Absolutely it
You know what I
is.
mean? Like she's like, look at what you're doing to me.
You know,
Ugh.
I was thinking through this whole scene, I do not condone drugging people, but I would have probably been okay with it if she had just slipped something in her mom's drink before she left for prom and
Oh
just
my
been
God.
like, "Bye, mom. I'll see you later."
Yeah.
Put a little Benadryl in her tea or something. Yeah.
Everybody has to sleep with little Benny sometime. Benny, Benedict, Benadryl. He's lovely sometimes.
Sometimes.
But she had something better, Vex. She had telly.
Oh, I was like, "What?"
She had telekinesis.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where was I? Okay, yeah. So after, okay, homegirl is praying on the ground next to Carrie. Manipulation. But Carrie ain't even studying her. Okay, she's got dresses to make. She's got alterations, all that type of shit. Cut to Norma and Helen in the salon. Helen has a red purse, has red glasses. Norma has her little red hat.
Mm-hmm.
The bad guys, like I said,
Yeah.
point's been proven. Okay, red means bad. So they're like, hey, guess what? So rumors going around. And then we have the montage. Everybody's getting ready for prom and everything. We have the guys, getting ready for prom. Uh,
I said, "Oh, good, a prom montage."
they're always a good time.
Oh, they're fantastic.
They're always a good
This one
time.
wasn't bad. This one, I'll accept this one.
You know what I'm saying? We got the cute little doofus guys. I don't like ruffles. You know what? I have the perfect tuxedo for you.
No, that's fair.
And it really shows that, Carrie is getting into her groove, right? Like
Hmm.
she is, she's excited. She's starting to go out and look at, makeup. And then fast forward, the night is here. It's prom night. Okay. She's learned how to put on, mascara. She's putting on a little lip. She's got a curl. Our girl looks beautiful,
Yes,
you
she
know.
does.
She's in this nice pink dress.
It's
Now,
red.
I love, okay, so fun fact, everybody. Hyper Lori, like I said, she read the script and, thought it was a comedy or whatever. When when that line came up, the dress was actually supposed to be red.
Interesting.
So in the script, it does say red,
Okay.
but the dress is big. But I don't know. I can't remember if like the memo didn't get back to costuming,
Mm,
but the dress ended up being pink.
right.
And so,
Which I
br-
kind of like that better. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I kind of like that better. One, again, probably reading way too far into it,
No.
but going along with your theme, don't do that. That made me lose my train of thought. I'm sorry. No, I like that they ended up using a pink dress because it's kind of like you said the color schemes with everybody else earlier. All the girls who were meaning her harm are in red and all that kind of stuff. I like that her mom is seeing it in that
As
perspective.
red.
She's seeing that dress is red. You are going to
Oh.
do harm to yourself by doing this. And Carrie's like, no, it's pink.
That's actually, oh man, that's really good. That's a really good spin on it. Yeah, I like that.
I've never thought about that until you, because honestly, like any other time I've watched this, it's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not thinking that far into like the color palettes and all that kind of stuff. The only thing I ever noticed was the very obvious example of Norma's red hat
Yeah.
the entire movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that it ended up pink and not just a straight up red dress.
Piper Laurie, to your point, this is what I thought you were going to say. She said she brought it up to Brian DePalma's attention and was like, "Hey, did you know that this says red?" And he was like, "Oh, God damn it. Okay, well, we got to go back and fix it. It's fine." But she was like, "No, no, 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 no. Keep it because it speaks to her Margaret's psychology because like you said to her point, it is red. Any pink, not chartreuse,
No, not that one.
not chartreuse, pink.
Chartreuse might come up next week though.
Oh, foreshadowing. But pink, scarlet,
All shades
brick.
of red.
They're all shades of red.
I know that that is probably an actual color name, but brick just stood out so much in that in that sentence.
Blood red, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all shades of red. Yeah.
All shades of red. So Piper was like, "Yeah, we'll keep it because to her it really is red." And like you said, it's really cool to your point that yeah, I didn't even think about that too. Like, to her, it's like she is doing evil. Going out on this prom, you just had your period last week. You getting a little too hot in your pants.
Yeah.
You need to stay home. So she can't let her have anything. Carrie shows her corsage and she's like, I can see your dirty pillows.
And tell me why that makes me so uncomfortable every time I hear it.
Dirty pillows?
Yes. I don't like it.
But she quickly corrects and she's like, they're breasts, Mom. Every woman has them. And what she meant to say, what's in between that, and I'm a woman. Respect me.
Mm-hmm.
But Mom is more nervous than Carrie is at this point.
She was stressing me out.
Hyperventilating. Oh, he's not gonna come. Trying to manifest the shit. He's not gonna come. He's definitely not gonna come. And she's like, Mom, shut up. Like, I'm already nervous, dude.
Which she 100% knows and is just wanting to make it worse.
Yeah. And then, like a fucking 3-year-old, this bitch starts pulling her own hair, starts slapping herself upside the face.
Throwing an actual tantrum.
A tantrum. And she's like, I mean, she's pulling out all the stops to keep this woman from going to prom. And she's like, and Carrie's like, stop hurting yourself. She's like, I'm not. And she's like, they're all gonna laugh at you. They will all laugh at you. Now, when she says this, it's kind of twofold, right? Because she knows it's true, and it may be in the back of her mind, she is worried that she's gonna make a fool of herself. But also, in the very same vein, she's probably like, no, maybe this will keep you home.
Yeah.
They already did it before. And she's like, please, I'll tell you, I'll tell them that you're sick. And then he pulls up. And then she's like, please, I'm begging you. They're all going to laugh at you. Please just. And then she's like,
sit down and shut up.
Sit down and shut up. Don't move till I leave. And even then, the woman is like, I'll be home early. I'm just going to go out for a little bit.
Still trying to appease her.
Yes. Anyway, Carrie leaves, and her mom has snapped at this point. And she's like, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And that's what I'm saying. It's very doing battle. She that was her battle cry. Okay, bitch, you want to fight with Satan's power? I'm going to fight with the power of God and this
And,
butcher
and
knife.
and she's fighting with like the Old Testament scary god.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So she's like pacing her house and shit like that. Anyway, meanwhile, they pull up to the school and Carrie can't get out of the car. Carrie can't get out of the car. She says, can we, Tommy, can we stay here for a minute?
I'm stupid. I thought you meant like literally, like she was having trouble getting out of the car. I was like, I don't remember that.
But this adds to his character, right? Because he's like, yeah, absolutely, take your time.
Yeah,
Because he knows,
genuinely nice guy.
yeah.
Yeah, he knows this is like overwhelming for her.
And then he says, we don't have to stay long. We're just gonna go in there, have a good time, and then dip. We don't even have to dance. She's like, okay. This next shot, he loves an eagle view. This really is act 3
Yeah.
of the movie. And it's an eagle eye point of view. Oh, Vex, and everybody at home, let me just say, these like from now to the end of the movie is like perfect cinematography in history.
It's iconic for a reason.
It's beautiful. Okay. So the scene opens with, we a couple scenes back, we saw them getting things together, putting streamers up, putting the stars and shit up. Now we get to see in full effect what prom looks like, and it's a party.
Yeah.
We got a live band on stage. We have a full dance floor. We have beautiful streamers and stars and stuff dangling from the scene. And it's coming down, and you can see everybody. You see Miss Collins, working the crowd, making sure, chaperoning. We see the teachers on the side, having punch, whatever, chaperoning. We see everyone, talking, and it's just
Chaperoning.
a whole.
Sorry, continue.
Just a whole vibe. And it goes all the way up until like it pans around and we see Billy, not Billy. Oh, we see Tommy and Carrie come through the door. And Tommy's, he greets his friend and his friend's date. And she immediately like, oh, his friend's date is Sue's best friend.
Okay. Yeah.
So the woman, so she knows that that Sue had asked Tommy to take Carrie,
Right.
and so
So it
she
wasn't a surprise to her.
exactly,
And she was trying to be nice to Carrie too.
yeah, she was trying to make her very welcome. Oh my God, you made your dress. Where'd you get your dress? I love
Yeah.
it. It's beautiful.
And it came off genuine
Yes.
to me, just like it did with Tommy. Like, but
Yeah.
for the most part, like they were actually making a genuine effort.
Yeah. And then the camera cuts over, and Carrie, oh, this is basic. This is beautiful acting because what she did was she got into the head of a teenage girl. What would it be like to just be happy that you're there? It's not that, oh, I'm happy. I'm here with the most popular guy. She didn't care about any of that shit. She was happy to be away from her crazy ass mom for a night, happy to be dolled up. I mean, yes, Tommy is
Probably for the first time in her life.
in the first time in her life. Like I said, the whole town thinks that you're ugly and you're horrible, but like reprehensible. And for the first time in your whole entire life, you are drinking in beauty.
Being part of the crowd.
Yes. And
Like
she
she's
does a
not,
beautiful job.
Interesting in these shots too. She's not in the background anymore. She's in the crowd.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. That's very true. Like now she is the focal point. You know what I mean? And it's really that she has stepped into her power herself, right? Yes, she had Tommy kind of, nudging her along. Yes, she had Miss Collins, nudging her along and everything like that. But ultimately, like I said, when she was yelling at her mom, no, mom, it's not the devil, it's me. I am doing this. If I concentrate, like it's her that she's stepping into, right? So anyway, the camera pans over and we see like Norma laughing and then they make it all the way to the seat and she's just in awe looking around and shit. And Tommy says, okay, I'm about to go get us some drinks. Leaves. Miss Collin comes over draped in blue. She looks like the fucking fairy from the good fairy from Pinocchio.
I don't remember. It's okay though.
Anyway, old Disney Pinocchio. She's draped in blue, and she comes floating over, and she's like, "Oh my God, Carrie, you look so beautiful." And Carrie's like, "Oh my God, Miss Collins, you look so gorgeous." It's a good scene because, like, even though she's so dolled up, and so she still thinks herself to be ugly. She says, I'm not, you look gorgeous. Everyone else looks gorgeous, but I just look plain Jane.
Doesn't she literally say that? Like, oh, I know I don't look good or something,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's heartbreaking. She can't even, as gorgeous as she is that night, she can't even enjoy it fully. Anyway, so Miss Collins sits down beside her. Another fun fact. This story that she tells Carrie about her going out with the basketball captain of the basketball team, that was an impromptu story. It was not in the script.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she had to think of it right then and there. There was like space, and I don't know what happened between then or whatever, but she had to come up with it like that. Or I think Brian DePalma was like, "Hey, I don't know what to do right here.
Just wing it."
Yeah, just come up with the story." And it was just so natural.
Yeah, it worked very well. It fit perfectly there.
Mm-hmm.
Just interesting that they didn't have something planned.
Yeah,
for
I
that.
don't know. I don't know if it wasn't in the script or I couldn't remember what was in the interview. But yeah, she said, yeah, I had to come up with a story, and I was like, I don't know what to say. So she was going out with the guy of the basketball team. He was very tall, and she said, I think like 6'5". And then she went out and bought heels, and his car broke down on the way, so they had to walk to prom, and her feet were hurting with blisters and stuff, and so they just sat all night and talked and everything like that. And she was like, it was magical, and she was like, and she asked Carrie, what's it feel like for you? And she says, it feels like walking on Mars.
Yeah, and I bet it does. Like, she is
She's
completely
so
out of her element.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's out like, I mean, in not just a fish out of water, like on another planet. She feels like she's on another planet. That is. Anyway, so Tommy comes back and he's charming and he's like, "Are you trying to make the moves with my girl, whatever?" And Collins gets up, walks away. He sits down and he asks her, hey, everyone's going to the spot um, after the prom. And she before he can even say anything, she kind of beats him to the punch and is like, "Oh, it's okay. You can drop me off whenever or whatever she says. You can drop me off early. I don't have to go." And he goes, "No, I was going to ask you to come with me. I know that you have to be. Do you really have to be home so early? Like we can go by there and hang out for a little bit." To be honest with you, if you think about it, this is kind of the most, I'm just thinking about it right now. This is kind of the most we've even heard from Carrie.
Yeah, I mean, as
An
far as an actual conversation.
She's because we get the inside of her psyche here. She's like, I don't have a crowd. She doesn't think of herself as beautiful. She feels like she's walking on Mars here. There's a lot of that is being said that isn't said explicitly.
Right.
I think that it's in this next scene, well, when they start to dance. But in the next scene, Sue looks at her clock and she's like,
time to go. Gotta go make sure my plan is
In motion. But before we get too much further, I wanted to ask, did you notice the music in the prom?
all of it. So there's a song that they're dancing to at the beginning, but the orchestra. So when they're being crowned, there's like the deep. That's my
That was
strings.
beautiful.
Uh, is that what you're talking about, or?
It's not actually because we we usually have the subtitles on in this house.
Mm-hmm.
I really only noticed because of the subtitles. The first song, and I should have written down the lyrics, but the first song that's playing, like the band, when they first get to prom,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's all about like partying, having fun, blah, 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 whatever. But it says some lines specifically about the devil. And
Oh
the
yeah.
song that's playing whenever Tommy and Carrie are dancing is talking in some way, shape, or form about God.
Yes. Because I wrote that down here. I was like, the song is very fitting for what she's asking
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. Because and it's very, at this moment, he asked her to dance and they're dancing and it's a very slow song or whatever. He tries to kiss her and she was like, "You trying to kiss me? Little old me." Like,
Yeah, but also, like, Tommy, calm down. Like, you still have a girlfriend. I know he's trying to make her nice, but, like, she's already over the fucking moon.
maybe that was the plan.
I never heard that plan.
That-
I wasn't in on this meeting.
And that's what it's not you again. That's what Miss Collins needed to mind her fucking business too. Now that let's go back to when she was in the office, when they were in the office. That I know that she was trying to protect Carrie White, but it ain't me dating you and Sue, Miss Collins. I'm not dating Sue and the world, Miss Collins. It's me and her. And maybe we weren't in the room when it happens. And maybe they made a plan. She was like, "Yeah, smoocher. Don't tongue her down, right? But pack or whatever, make her feel special." Which, if that's the case, that's kind of fucked up too. Because what happens after prom?
But also, like,
You know what I'm saying?
good intentions or not, I don't see even Sue, the good girl, telling her boyfriend, "Oh yeah, go kiss this other girl to make sure she has a good night."
I mean, guilt is a hell of a drug. But the song that's playing is something about I can't believe that my dreams are coming true or whatever. It matches the mood, right? Is
Right.
what you're saying. Now, I'm just gonna run through these real quick. Okay. What's different from the book to what's different because the anytime I find it, I have to skip to that part of the book and read the whole prom scene because it's just amazing, right? So a couple things that are different from the book than from the movie is that the book is written in such a way that it's like interviews
Okay.
and an investigation of what happened. Like sometimes there's like little parts where it says, it describes what's going on,
Mm.
right? But most of it is like government documents, interviews, and like police investigations and stuff like that. Carrie's powers in the book are way like off the charts, right? So not only does the destruction happen at the school, but it spreads out into the city.
Which would make a lot more sense with the ending.
Uh-huh. So
We'll get there, but yeah, the ending would make a lot more sense.
yeah. The death toll in the book is higher because, like I said, she's not only starting at the school, but it goes throughout the whole town.
Mm.
In the movie, it's only contained to the school,
Really, just to the prom
the
proper.
prom, yeah, and in some instances, it was just like the mirror that broke the ashtray or whatever. In the book, there's like she's lifting whole desks. She's lifting she's doing a lot more shit.
I do appreciate that they started small and got progressively like the things that she was able to do. Like at
Hmm.
first it started with something small like the ashtray, and then the mirror, and then all the windows, and then the crescendo of it all. But that was something I thought during the movie. I was like, I wish they had like given us a little bit more of her powers growing
Yeah.
rather than just like what was the last thing she did? Like pin her mom down while she walked out the door, and then
Yeah.
she kills everybody at prom.
Yeah.
That felt like a job.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
I would have liked a
and
little bit more.
I would have liked, and I guess, like, this movie is not that long.
No,
It's like 90 minutes, I think.
yeah, it goes by really quick.
Very quick. The remake, like, you get to see her practicing,
Mm.
lifting herself off the bed and
Which,
all this other shit.
and like, I don't even need a.
We don't need to see that,
Yeah.
but what we do need to see is how.
I would like see. I guess the reason I don't want to see her practicing and like honing her skills. I want to see her powers growing and her progressively losing control of them.
Huh. Well, okay. So, like, I'm gonna get to it, right? Because to your point, like, to that point, right? Remember how I said that this movie is almost like a fuse was lit? We'll get there. So the next part, the movie and the book, totally different, power scale wise. Okay. The ending is different too, which we'll get to that too. Okay. So now we're back. Sue's on her way to school. Things are coming together now. Chris and Billy are under the stage.
Sticking their big dumb faces out right next to a table full of staff.
Listen, I am not on board with this shit at all. But if you're going to do something stupid like this, be incognito mosquito.
Just have some level of stealth. They're like Skyrim level sneaking. They're just crouched down and they become invisible.
Yes. So they're in there and he says, oh, that Carrie White is kind of cute. And she's like, well, Chris is like, get your fucking hand back in here. So she's kind of like with it a little bit.
Kind of.
And so Billy's like, all Billy knows is that I just set the thing up. We're just here to play a little joke or whatever. So he's like, he doesn't know the full plan because he asked her, how do you know that she's going to win to begin with? And she says, oh, I called in a couple favors. And then that's when we see Norma and Freddie getting the ballots. And then
Very inconspicuously. So can I just say, he's even dumber, Billy,
mhm.
if he didn't know the full plan and he still went through with setting all this shit up anyway. It wasn't until they were there ready to execute the plan that he was like, wait, how do you even know she's going to be up here?
Pussy power, baby. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I'm down for anything. I'll just do it. Which I will have to point out, right? In the newer movie addresses this, that this is assault.
Oh, yeah.
They could be going to prison.
But they're young and stupid and don't think about consequences.
Absolutely not. But in the newer movie, Billy Nolan says, "Bitch, you're acting fucking stupid. If we get caught, I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
I'm going to prison. This is assault." You know what I'm saying?
Which also makes me think that he's a little bit older.
Yeah, but yeah, I do think that he's a little bit older, but in this movie it doesn't address that. So anyway, so they're tucked away under the stage. Norma and Freddie are what's it called? Gathering the ballots. Tommy and Carrie are. She looks down at the ballot and she says, "What are our names doing on here?" And he says, "You're on a date with one of the most popular kids here." So yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he's not surprised at all. And she's like, okay, what are we supposed to do? He said, well, let's vote. Let's vote for ourselves. No, she asked, well, who do we vote for?
Mm-hmm.
They're more your crowd than mine. I don't have a crowd. And he said, well, let's vote for ourselves. She's like, no. No, I did not come here for that. And I wonder if it's more so of like, yes, a part of me says that it's the humility of it all, right? Like, she doesn't want to, like, she's just so modest and humble that she doesn't want to vote
Part
for her.
part of it, but also I feel like she just like she knows how surreal this feels that
Yeah.
she's able to like stay in this nice happy little bubble.
Hmm.
I don't know if she can convince herself that she's actually going to be the prom queen when we
Yeah.
didn't even know last week that she was going to be at prom. Certainly not with Tommy.
Yeah. That's a good point. So it's better just to be like, listen, I just want to sit here at this table and watch somebody else get crowned. I
Again,
don't.
again, we love Tommy, but at this point, I was like, Tommy, just let her vote for somebody else. Like she's already so
She's,
far out of her
yes.
comfort zone. Like she doesn't want to be the fucking prom queen. Just let her vote for somebody besides y'all. I
Yeah.
mean, not that it would have mattered in the long run, but like,
I mean, yeah, let's get he convinces her, hey, to the devil with false modesty. You know, we're here, we're queer, we're not really.
should have been.
Should have. We're here, you're in cheer. Let's go for ourselves. And she was like, okay, okay, it's not gonna fucking happen anyway. What does it matter?
Mm-hmm.
So she votes for it, and she's just like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Norma covers around. Okay, now all around this time, like I said, we're having little spots of each other. They're getting the thrones ready on stage. We see that the camera pans there's another eagle eye view
Yeah, that's a cool shot too of
of the
everybody putting
blood.
all the stuff on stage where the blood's just looming over them. Yeah.
Yes, very ominous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it pans over, and who is to sneak from backstage? Our girl Sue.
Looking accidentally suspicious as fuck.
Why, girl? Why? Well, I know that they did say if you don't have a date, you can't come into prom. So maybe she couldn't come through the front door,
Yeah, but
or
like
maybe
what?
people would have been like, why the fuck is she here?
Yeah,
You know
true.
what I mean? So I don't know. She just wanted to. Oh well, Carrie doesn't know. Remember, Carrie doesn't know that Sue asked Tommy. So if
Carrie doesn't know.
no, God. So yeah, that makes sense. She doesn't want to blow the plan.
Okay, fair.
Okay, so she's coming back behind stage, and Norma comes by, and she said, "Can I have your ballot?" Laughs at them both because they done voted for themselves.
Mm.
So then she's like, "Freddie, hurry up, please." She's like, "I'm coming, dear." Like they're having like this little thing. So they meet and then they start kissing, and they take the real ballots, drop them, and kick them under the stage.
There was probably an easier way to do that.
Thinking this the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. Okay, they couldn't have just gone to the restroom or gone
Well,
outside or
maybe they couldn't have done that. Maybe the staff would have been like, "Where are you going with the ballots?"
okay.
Um, but like they did this whole ruse of them kissing and swapping them out and dropping them behind her back and stuff. Like he pulled the other ones out of his jacket,
Just switch
would
them.
just switch them.
I mean, you know what? They have never done a weed pickup.
Neither have I, but even I know that could have been way smoother.
Yeah. But still, incognito mosquito. There's a lot of things in this next scene. I mean, in this next shit that's been could have gone awry.
Yeah.
So anyway, so the ballots are in, drops them off. Norma comes over, knocks on the stairs, says, you know,
Mm.
I love this camera. It's like they have it's like they have the camera on a swivel, and it's just like swinging around and showing all these perspectives, right?
Who knows? I don't know shit about anything behind the scenes of filming movies, but maybe they did something similar to that to get a shot like that. I'm not sure.
I mean,
I don't know how they do all the things.
so the camera pans up, you get it, you get to see Billy and Chris kind of like peeking out from the curtains or whatever, and then you pan and we see Sue hiding behind the stage, and then it pans over and pans up and around, and we see everybody. The judges have gotten their results, and they say our winners are your king and queen are Tommy Ross and Carrie White. And it's the most beautiful, slow motion, surreal thing that this girl is on cloud fucking nine. She can't believe it. She's crying. The school erupts and just thunderous applause, which I have to say, I think in the book, it's so remember on Mean Girls when like they were talking about like the plastics or whatever, and how they would like interview all the people, and they were like, "Oh, Regina, well, she's this or whatever," and then she's like, "That bitch did this or whatever," and then the next person's like, "Oh, but she's so lovely," and everything like that, and to show whatever. So like in the book, it's more like everyone's like, well, I wanted Tommy to win, or I wanted whatever. So some people were happy, like genuinely happy for Carrie, but most people were happy that Tommy won.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pretty good. Makes more sense.
Yeah, right. So it's a slow motion. And this is what I was talking about, where it's like two different things going on. And I love the music here. So first it's like nice and high violin, you know, and nice slow motion. We're walking up to the stage, and then cut to deep cellos and deep bass. This nice jaws like lurking in the background, right? And it's just the rope that's twitching, and then it pans back and it's them still walking up to the stage or whatever, and they get up stage. She's handed flowers, she's handed her crown, her scepter, and it's beautiful, and it's still no one's understanding the danger that's looming, this twitch or whatever. And then
Well, because Sue, like while she's watching, like she kind of notices, but she very quickly is just like, "Oh,
oh
that's weird."
yeah, yeah, that's right. It's like she feels it in her hand or something, and she's like, oh, okay, whatever. And then this is when shit kind of hits the fan, okay? And where there are stories, our heroine, our villain, um, our focal point all come together in one. This is where the fuse is about to hit the cherry because Tommy kisses Carrie on the cheek or something like Cherry.
Cherry.
Thomas, Thomas, my God, Tommy he kisses her on the cheek, and there is like a flash, so it's in the what's it called, and we can see. Oh, let me just say this real quick, Miss Collins.
Looks so happy.
Oh, she
Another,
is.
another one that just did not deserve what's coming.
No, she didn't. No, she did not. And in the book, she actually lives. So,
But I mean, with how dark this entire movie is,
yeah,
I
everybody
mean,
had to
it's
die.
kind of it's kind of on brand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sucks.
But yeah, she is just genuinely very happy. You can see it all over her face. And it's almost in the punk ass English teacher from the beginning of the movie is standing right next to her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost as she's like, yeah, see, I told you so. Like, this is like beautiful, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And I don't know. It's just a very beautiful scene. Carrie can't, she can't believe it. And then the rope twitches just a little too hard. And it finally gets Sue's attention. And she draws her, and this is where the music changes, right? It's this slow do, 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 do. And she's looking up. She follows the rope all the way around. And did you catch this? From the top of the banister, a streamer falls.
I don't
Right.
think I did.
Okay, so like she's following the rope, right? She's following the rope up above the stage, and then she follows the streamer that falls from the ceiling. She can see the bucket.
Oh, and it leads her like to see them under the stage, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And then her eyes, the close up of her like hazel eyes, like just widen.
In realization.
Yeah, like what the fuck is going on? Like, oh my God. And so then she follows the rope all the way back down. And this is such a cool shot. And it's just Chris's silhouette shaking with the rope, right?
Mhm.
Like I said, she could have been a little bit more sneaky with this.
She is walking straight out in front of everybody at this point.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so Ms. Collins
is like, God damn it, you fucking bitch. You putting your nose where it doesn't belong again.
And here's the thing. This was right after Tommy kissed Carrie.
Oh.
So Miss Collins is
probably thinking, like
this bitch is jealous.
Yeah.
And she's like, nah, you brought this on yourself, homie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't get mad at Tommy for taking Carrie out and then kissing her in front of everybody.
I never even thought about it that way. I thought she literally just saw Sue and was like, oh, God damn it. Like, this was a plan to fuck with her somehow after all.
Oh, yeah.
If you're here.
Yeah, that could have been too. That could have been it too. But this was, I think it was more so of like, because she looked up at Tommy and then she looked at her and she's like, this ain't gonna happen. This is not gonna happen. So Miss Collins gets in the, she watches her for a minute and then she sees Sue approach the stage. So Miss Collins was trying to avoid a Jerry Springer moment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She thought that she was going to come up there and beat her ass for, whatever.
Yeah.
But what Sue was doing was that she followed she could see the silhouette of somebody's hands holding the rope. So she wanted to see who was in there, right? So she gets up to the stage and she puts the thing back and Billy's dumbass like tries to reach out and scare her and everybody's getting slapped in this bitch because Chris slaps the dog shit out of him. And, Miss Collins before, she's reaching so she meets Sue at the stage and she grabs her by the arm and she's like, no, come on, dude. You're getting kicked out. You ain't got a date.
Listen, I know she's trying to explain things to Miss Collins as she's being dragged away.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, okay, listen, I know it's loud in there. You're right next to the stage. You could have called out to Tommy and been like, yo, like something's not right here.
Yes.
Something you could have
look up, Tommy.
You could have spoken loud enough that he would have heard you from that distance.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the illusion of the thunderous applause and stuff like that. But you can be like, but Tommy sees her. Right? Because to your point, they are right there at the stage. So he looks down, he's like, that's Sue getting kicked out for whatever reason. Because he didn't, like I said, he only kissed Carrie on the cheek. It wasn't like, whatever. So he's like, see, I told you, basically, like, I told you were going to get caught, dude. Why would you come up here? So, all kinds of miscommunications going on. But I love the music in this point because, like I said, first it started off with the slow, whatever, right? And then when she gets caught is right, and so she's pulling. Miss Collins is pulling her out, and she chunks her up against the wall and slams the door shut.
Yeah.
And then as soon as she slams the door, and I love this part because there's a close up on Chris's lip, and she licks her lips.
Yeah. She sure does.
And then the way she pulls,
Calm your hands down.
you know what I'm saying? It's orgasmic. It's like releasing. So she pulls so hard. As soon as the door closed,
So I have a couple things to say.
what?
What an amazing fucking shot.
And it comes from different angles, right? Like,
Yeah.
or like it was. Oh yeah, that's right. I can see it. Sorry, uh, but it's like from the frontal view, from the side view, and then from the top.
Yeah.
And you just see her head like buckle, and everyone is shocked. Not a drop, not a pin could be dropped. I mean, could be heard. Wait a minute, what?
You can hear a pin drop.
You could hear a pin drop. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. And Miss Collins turns around, and she is heartbroken. Her face just shatters. Tommy's pissed off. Everyone, like I said, like even though, which is this is human nature, at least in my thought, right? This is true human nature because majority of the people in the room, yeah, they may have not liked hung around Carrie, may not have liked her as much or whatever,
But most people were probably apathetic, not actively
hating her, right?
right.
And everyone in the room was like even Helen. Helen's ass was in the back, like, oh, wait a minute. Y'all stop clapping. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, she
And
really, I mean, like aside from the beginning scene and just being friends with all the bitchy girls,
mhm.
like she really didn't do a whole lot. So yeah, she definitely had a look on her face like, oh god, they went too fucking far.
Yeah. Like I said, this is an animal's blood.
Also, maybe I'm just
Biohazard.
right. Maybe I just missed completely, but like aside from just obvious cruelty, why blood? Like why couldn't they have
Done
used paint?
paint.
Yeah,
No idea. The only thing I can think of is like she just hated her that much
yeah,
that it had to be blood. Maybe she was out for blood.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of parallel to her getting her period in the beginning and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, and I don't know. But yeah, they could have used paint. They could have used something else, right? But they decided,
They could have just
pig's
dumped
blood.
water on her and she would have still been humiliated.
Yeah,
Obviously, it doesn't make as big of a fucking impact, but
not as big of a splash.
moving on.
So, and it's a slow motion thing, right? Because it's a realization. Now, not so slow motion for Chris and Billy. They got to get the fuck up out of there,
And they do.
and they do. Carrie's shocked. Now, in the book, he doesn't die from the blow to the head. Tommy dies from like being trapped in the school. But in here, it looks like he's like pretty out cold.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be a
Have
little ambiguous about whether it actually killed him or not, but it definitely knocked him the fuck out,
Yeah.
at least.
So they leave the slack from the rope or whatever makes the bucket fall from the ceiling and hits Tommy on the back of the head. And he falls to the floor. Beforehand, he's like pissed. I think he mouths like, "What the hell is going on here?" or something like that.
Yeah.
And so he falls to the floor. So now she's having her psychotic break, and this is actually a very cool scene because they use the camera in such a way to where, like, everyone that has happened in the movie is just coming and swirling around her. Okay. We're all sorry, Cassie, from the principal. Trust me, Carrie, you can trust me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even Miss Collins is about to get it.
Yeah, because she's like you
Because
said,
she's.
that like break.
Hmm.
That I'm curious if anybody besides Chris and Billy were actually laughing
Oh, yeah,
because
that's the.
when she's hearing her mom say again like they're all gonna laugh at you, she's seeing everyone laughing at her, but it's like including Miss Collins, and like we know that that isn't
That's
really
not true.
happening.
Right.
So I wonder if that just was, like you said, the moment that she just broke
I
and
do
was
think.
imagining all of it.
I do think that that's what happened.
Mm.
I do think that that's what happened because it's almost like this is like I was right. You know what I'm saying? It's the realization of I was fucking right. I knew that coming here, being that like this was all way too good to be true. And if that could be the case, that means everybody was in it on this fucking joke. Even Miss Collins, you know?
You know what how I kind of look at it too is not only is she sitting there thinking like, oh, like I knew it, like of course I'm the butt of the joke, everybody's
Mm-hmm.
laughing at me, but she's also probably thinking like, oh, my mom was right this entire
Ooh.
time.
Well, she's.
And
Mm-hmm.
to play more into that too, not only was she right, like, oh, they're all gonna laugh at you, it's gonna be terrible, but what was one of the last few things that her mom said to her was like, this is the devil.
Yeah.
You basically you're evil. So
Mm-hmm.
to me, I also kind of saw it as like, okay, well, she was right about everything. I must be evil. I'm gonna fuck everybody up.
Yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, maybe to your okay, so remember when you said about how you would have liked to seen the progression
Mm-hmm.
of her powers? Maybe this was better almost because it's almost like because she really doesn't do anything. Like she controls the water hose.
Oh, yeah. You mean like the fire? Yeah, the fire was technically an accident,
Yeah.
right? Because what caused it? Like the water caused those dudes to get electrocuted and that started the fire, didn't it?
Yes. And
Yeah. So I
then
mean, obviously it's still her
she
fault, but
flipped she
she was flipping bitches all over the place. We need to get her a spatula. Cause bitches love flipping shit.
I mean flipping tables all over the so anyway, so I do think that it was a psychotic break, right? But I do think that it was okay, I'm not here anymore. She's seeing red, right? Because
Yeah.
that's
Literally.
literally. So she's not here. And so she's like, okay, everybody's against me. There's nobody, about to get it. Everybody is about to get it.
Yeah.
And so Chris and Billy leave, that door closed. And this is so cool. The camera splits the screen so we can see everyone's perspective of
Mm-hmm.
what's going on, right? So on one side of the screen we have Carrie and her wide ass eyes, like blood everywhere.
Again, what a cool
Oh.
visual.
In the book she's described as like everyone was like kind of laughing at that, because she looked like a baby doll, they said, or it says in the book. But then they were like, oh, wait a minute, this is something different. Like it's phrased almost, right?
Yeah.
So we see the shot before she's shutting all the doors, and then turns the light red. People are trying to get through the door, and she's not letting these bitches out at all. And even that's a cool shot too, because you can see Sue on the outside of the door trying to get in,
Yeah.
and then them on the inside trying to get out.
And even Sue, like, just barely made it through, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, no.
Wait, no,
'cause
she got
Collins
through.
her
Yeah,
out.
she threw her out.
Oh, was it Chris and Billy? Somebody, like, just barely
Oh
made
yeah,
it
Chris
through
and
the
Billy.
doors.
They were laughing and they kind of like fell out of the door
Like, right as
right
they were
before
shutting, yeah.
it shut. So there's a whole crowd of people that are screaming and they're trying to get Billy out. They're trying to get out. Miss Collins and them tries to get on stage to get Tommy. If you can kind of hear it, but everybody's screaming and shit. You can kind of hear the ring, ring, ring going on in the background. So maybe the fire started off as a spark because she did electrocute the principal and the other teacher that was trying to fight over the microphone, right?
Yeah.
And then flips the teacher that had like the spark or whatever, and that grew. But I don't know if that grew because of
that was,
what if
like, actually her intention or if it
Yeah.
was just an accidental thing.
Right. But so, oh, here's another fun fact. So she's using this high pressured water hose to kill everybody, right? Move people around, whatever. Kill everybody. Everything, hell is
Yeah, I was
breaking
gonna say
loose.
at this point, like it's chaos, but like if the fire wasn't intentional, like what was her move? Because she was like flipping everybody all over the damn place with the hose and
Yeah.
flipping tables, but like I don't think any of that would have killed anybody.
Yeah. The actress, PJ Souls, the chick that played Norma, she busted her eardrum
God damn.
with the water hose when it hit her and she gets knocked out or whatever. The water hose accidentally went into her ear and she busted her eardrum. Ooh,
That's gotta hurt.
had to hurt like hell. So Miss Collins gets some students and they're like hup, 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 hup. Tommy trying to get him across the what's it called it? The screen is split again. Damn, it's getting late. And you can see that, like, on one side of the screen, Miss Collins trying to get him through the door. And then on the other side, you can see Chris and Billy, like, looking in. And I don't know what the fuck this is that falls from the ceiling. The basketball post?
I don't remember.
I have no clue, but a piece of the ceiling comes down and chops Miss Collins in half, basically.
R.I.P.
Poor lady. Because she didn't deserve it.
No. All the hands swinging aside,
You know,
she didn't.
she
deserve
really
it.
didn't deserve it. She was a very good character.
I mean, great for the fucked up atmosphere of the entire movie, but yeah, no,
Yeah.
that was one of the only ones that kind of sucked.
Yeah. And like I said, Tommy, justice for Tommy.
Yeah.
Justice for Tommy. And that was an accident. I'm sure that she wouldn't have killed. Well, at this point, she
Well,
thinks
yeah.
everybody is
Yeah.
a not. So after Collins dies, she focuses the hose onto the teachers or whatever that are fighting over the microphone, and she electrocutes them. And the spark that's on, I guess it had to be because the way he flips, couldn't have flipped like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, flips and sets the stage on fire. And then the fire rapidly dances across the room. And she walks out. She looks, I love this part though. She walks off stage and she's walking, and it's heartbreaking this scene. You know, I think, when I was younger, I used to think that it was like a very cool scene because, she's getting her revenge, she's get everything like that. But it is just an hour ago, just minutes ago, she was riding on cloud nine. She was a part of all of this. And she stops in the middle of the gymnasium and she looks around and she just leaves as silently as death. You know what I'm saying? And she closes the gymnasium behind her. I just thought that was like it almost brings a tear to my eye because it all that hope, all that everything just crushed in moments. So then she's walking down the street.
And that's also such a cool shot
Yeah,
of her. Like it's a relatively dark street. Like she's like the main focus at this point.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
And just those shots of her walking down the street,
yeah.
and later when she gets in her neighborhood, walking down the street, just covered in blood.
Just
So sick.
from head to toe, right? And, at this point, words got out that the fire is out at the school, so they got sirens going back that way. Now this scene with Chris and Billy in the car, and they're like, ah. So John Travolta and Nancy Allen were just like they're not moving anywhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. And
They're
they just like
just
shook the camera around or
they,
something.
they just shook the car. They just shook the car and they just had to like scream, ah, whatever. So this is kind of fucked up. So Chris, I mean,
Oh, Chris was ready to straight up murder
I
Carrie.
mean,
Like she was
mow her
heading
down.
straight for her.
Now, mind you,
Yeah, she just saw what happened, but let me ask you this: Uh, how? Maybe there's something in the book that makes it make sense, but like, yes, they were looking in the window and saw all the chaos, but like, from their perspective, they just saw Carrie standing on stage, shocked, stunned, whatever. Like, how in the hell did they know that she had anything to do with any of that?
so that's a good point too. But in the book, they don't know.
So this bitch
So
was
they're
just
not
ready to
even.
murder her anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's the way they kind of frame it in the movie, is that like Carrie just murdered an entire gym full of people, so
I'm
she's
just gonna mow her.
like
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
just
gonna
mow
mow her
you down.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like she doesn't know that this bitch is just gonna run her over.
Yeah.
Because she feels like it.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Um, I don't know. Well, okay, so I just want to talk about it just real quick. So in the book, right, Harry meets them because she's like, everybody can get it. And I know where Billy and Chris are, so I'm gonna go find them.
Yeah, and
So,
they're the two that deserve it.
hmm well, I mean, okay, I take that back. It's not that she goes and finds them, but she finds them as she's trying to leave the scene, so to speak.
Right.
But she finds them way later. And so it's almost like they meet each other at a standoff. Like it's them in the car and then it's her like facing them. Okay. Now at this point she's already killed her mom. We'll get there. She's already killed her mom. And she's wounded at this point, right?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, Chris is like, oh shit, there's a telepathic thing that happens, and she's like, oh shit, she's the one that's doing all of this, and so then that she tries to like all the hate and rage or whatever, she tries to, mow her down, and then Carrie defends herself and flings the car, but. To your point, you're right. Like in the movie, it kind of makes sense that Chris and Billy see what's happening, and then they're like, ah, you killed my friends. So, because she doesn't even know what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
The car comes up from behind her. So they really just want to come down and just mow them over,
Which
mow her over.
also, like, how is the car coming from behind her? Didn't they leave before her?
I mean, yeah. Girl, don't have me lying to you. I have no idea.
It's probably not important.
But she, obviously senses it and then turns around as quick as she can and flips the car.
Poor car.
It and I wonder because Christine, another Stephen King movie, Stephen King book, is I think that same car.
Don't let me lie to you. I do not remember. I should.
But it's a red, whatever. It's not important. We'll get to it at some point. Just a sidebar. I'm glad that the universe didn't give me telekinetic powers.
After you spent the whole
Actually,
episode wanting them,
let me
what changed your mind?
let me let me rephrase that. Actually, the world better be glad
Yeah,
that the universe
that's a
didn't give
different
me
statement.
telekinetic powers because everybody would be fucked. Do you hear me? So Carrie comes home. It's been a long night, and it's about to get longer. But she comes upstairs, or comes up to the porch, opens the door, and what is she met with but a whole cathedral worth of candles?
I was gonna say earlier, I think it was in the beginning of the movie, a shot that you see, but their house even kind of looks like a church,
Yes.
which I'm sure was intentional. But
Mm-hmm. It looks very theologic. You know what I'm saying?
good word.
But there are candles wall to wall.
Everywhere.
Couple things. Number one, how does she have time to light every fucking candle?
I mean, Carrie was at the prom for a while, wasn't she?
I'm just thinking matches. Because did they have lighters back then? And if they did, they probably had Zippos.
They probably
And they
had
probably
lighters.
ain't losing. They ain't using Zippos and shit.
No, I'm sure lighters were around, but
Hmm.
Carrie's mom was probably lighting matches.
You know what I'm saying? There were hundreds of candles down there.
Look who we're talking about though. Like she would have that kind of commitment.
And that was another thing too. I was like, where the fuck is she getting all these candles? So Brian DePalma said that he wanted to make it look like maybe she was stealing a candle or two from church, or that she would take a devotional candle or whatever, but she wasn't, like, she was saving all of these candles for whatever reason. And this is the first time in the whole movie where the entire house is illuminated. So I took this as, because we're about to hear some shit. So she goes upstairs. She goes upstairs, and this is so fucking creepy. Her mom is standing. You can't really see her, right? Until like she goes into the restroom. But her mom is standing behind the door waiting for Carrie. Scary shit. So Carrie finally, like, I guess, comes down from her anxious high from everything that she's just did. She takes a bath and she's scrubbing out her hair. She's crying. She's sobbing. She can't believe that this happened. She gets out of the bathtub, gets dressed, and calls for her mother. Mom, mom. And she was like, she breaks down crying. You were right. They laughed at me. It was awful. It was awful. To come to your parent and have them say, I told you so.
Yeah. I know there are times when that I told you so feels so fantastic, but
Mhm.
like that's not the time.
That was not the
That was
time.
not the time. Now, granted, she probably doesn't know the full extent of what has happened, but still.
Oh my goodness. Horrible. Horrible. So here we go. Margaret versus Carrie, round 3. Fight. So at this point, she's asking her mom, please hold me. Like I need comfort.
Yeah.
Please hold me. Like I have nobody else in this world.
You're literally my mother. Please comfort me.
Yes. You're the only person alive here. You're the only person that actually is supposed to care about me. I need you to come to hold me. But it is at this point where the power has shifted so much that the mother has become subservient. And she's on her knees. And Carrie is above. So at the beginning of the movie, we're going to go through. So at the beginning of the movie, we had Margaret at the peak of her power and Carrie very weak with her shouting scriptures at her and beating her with the Bible or whatever, and then dragging her to the prayer room. That was the peak of her power. And then the power shifted during the dinner scene when she was telling her about prom and shit, right? And now the power has shifted so much that she's about to unload a lot on Carrie. So she's at Carrie's knees and she's telling her, me and Ralph, your dad, we lived sinlessly, we loved each other, we didn't sin at all. We slept in the same bed, but we never had sex. We did it once, it happened, and he said he would never do it again. But then one night, he went out, got a little drunk, came home, start giving me those bedroom eyes, and I was like, "Oh no, stop it, you big devil." This is actually kind of hot, if you think about it. She said we sat on the floor and we prayed for strength, but I could smell the whiskey on his breath.
See, I get where you're coming from, but at the beginning of this whole monologue, like it doesn't.
Oh no, it's very creepy.
Yeah, not just creepy, but like it sounds. I don't know how to phrase, but like it sounds like he is about to assault her.
Yeah.
Not like she's looking forward to this.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and it kind of is because it's kind of like a little bit of a manipulative thing because she is already very religious, but the desire, and I think what they're trying to get to at this point too is that she has that deep desire too, but she's at war with herself with all of the religious shit that she's got going on. And she was like, then we started praying. And then she said, I should have given you to God when you were born. Meaning I should have, 86'd you. But now, because now you stuck with a bombshell in your house and you're about to get fucked up. She said, and now the devil has come home. Now what is it? The crows come to roost? Something like that.
Close enough.
So then she's like, okay, we'll pray for the last time we're praying. So they start to pray the Our Father. Carrie agrees, and she's like, yes, okay, yeah, we'll pray. If this is what it takes for me to, I've tried it my way. Maybe I have to come back to your way. So they start praying, and even her fucking mother. Well, this is it from the beginning, but even her fucking mother betrays her. Literally a backstabber.
Yeah.
So her mom has a butcher knife hidden in her clothes or some shit and pulls it up high and there's like a glint. That was a good shot.
That was a really good shot.
There's like a sing and then comes down. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. And right in the middle of her back. And I wrote in my notes that this is crazy because it's almost like Carrie is being thrown into hell. Like this is her descent almost
Okay.
because she started this as or started the prom or whatever as like an innocent character, but almost like a Greek tragedy because she succumbed to those desires of whatever, the desire to be in the in crowd, the desire to be wanted and to be the almost like this vanity type thing. It
Mm-hmm.
was the it was the failure of her character, and the retribution comes from her mother. Also, this is also a symbol symbolizing, her mom finally ridding herself of her sin. You know what I'm saying? And casting it away into hell. So Carrie is stabbed in the back, tumbles down the stairs, and her crazy ass mother.
Oh, is like doing the like crossing herself with the knife.
Yeah.
Also, a really cool shot because she looks crazy.
Demented.
Crazy. It's so scary.
It's very scary. And, Carrie can't get away. She's trying not to use her powers on her mother. She's crawling back, she's crawling, and she's probably fucking tired. Her back hurts and everything like that. Now, her feet has blisters because she didn't have shoes on when she was walking home. So she's quite tired. She's injured. She's trying to get away, and then at this point, she's trapped. She's in the kitchen. She's trapped. She can't get out. So she is. Carrie says, "Okay, I guess I gotta." And knives start flying off the shelves. And I think it's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I think it's like seven knives that hit her, all at the same points of Saint Sebastian,
Yes.
the statue that's in her prayer closet.
Yes.
They're in the same configuration as Saint Sebastian. The last one, talking about flipping shit, right? They did this like the Feast of Resistance. The knife flips. Like all the other knives are like straight. And then the last knife,
She throws a curveball.
yeah, beautiful.
I will say the death scene
Yeah.
it's a tad bit much. Like all of her over the top crazy has been great up until now, but the long drawn out dying was a little too over the top.
This is why it makes me think that this was really a movie, a film about religious sexual suppression. And, because she looked like she was
Oh
enjoying
yeah,
that.
that's true too. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was very orgasmic for her. A lot of people having orgasms in this film,
Yeah.
metaphorically or what or otherwise.
Yeah. For
Um,
a lot of weird fucked up reasons.
yeah, but even Carrie was like on the floor, like screaming, like, "Ugh, I don't want to fucking hear this, dude.
Yeah.
Who wants to hear their mom?
Nobody.
Not at all." But in the book, just real quick, in the book, this death is totally different. She's coming back home from school. Okay, she blows up a gas station. The neighborhood is on fire, and she comes in the house. When she comes in the house, her mom does attack her, stabs her in the shoulder blade, like, and then she gives her mom a heart attack. She grabs her mom telekinetically and squeezes it until
Okay.
she gives out, and then the fire from the neighborhood consumes the house.
Which is what I was saying earlier would have made a lot more sense. The ending of the movie if the destruction had made its way into the neighborhood
Yeah.
like it does in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean I know obviously their house falling apart is symbolic in several ways, but I'm sure mostly like just literally the last of her world crumbling around her.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would have made sense for it to be happening if the whole neighborhood was falling apart.
So it just would have been just a cooler shot. But I know that they couldn't have been like, okay, yeah,
Well,
we had
yeah, in their
budget.
constraints, yeah, they still did a lot for for the amount of money that
Yeah,
they spent. So I can't fault them too much, but
that would have been made it made a lot more sense. Also, so in the book, remember I told you that there's a part where she makes stones fall from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what was supposed to happen in this one.
Okay.
So that's why you kind of see like stones like when anyway. So the homegirl finally like finishes the fun fact. You know what the French call orgasms?
The little death.
The little death. So she's finished having her little death and is actually dead. Out of her frustration, her pain, she has no one else in the world. She screams and pulls a knife like out of her mom's hand. And at that moment, you hear the. So I think so she's pulling her world in on itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, she's like, I have nobody now. I killed my own mother. I killed everyone at the school. I am all alone. Fuck it. This is it. And so she pulls her mom off the wall. And did you hear the sound when she pulls the other? I think it's her left arm. They had the suction cut or suction going into the wall,
Holding her hand.
holding her hands up. So this one came out easily,
Uh-huh.
but this one you hear like a thump.
Well, I did not notice, but I'm gonna have to listen for it.
Yeah, it's very funny. But you hear like a sound or whatever, and that's the reason why.
God.
But she pulls her
They couldn't
in.
edit that out.
I have no idea. They were like, "Oh, we're already over budget," and that's what it was. Said so. You hear the sound. She's pulling the house in on itself. What the real ending was supposed to be was that there was supposed to be a rain, like she's supposed to like summon stones to fall from the sky, which they corrected it. They corrected Brian DePalma's vision because, like I said, this is not how the book ends in the remake. But you can kind of see the stones falling from the ceiling when the thing breaks, and you just think it's just like rubble,
Right.
or whatever, right? And then at the end, we'll get there. So she pulls her into you know the prayer closet. It started at the prayer closet. It ended at the prayer closet. That sucks.
Full circle.
And the house, she pulls the house. The house sinks into the ground, seemingly going to hell. Yeah. Bursts into flames and it just disappears. How crazy that would have been. What if we looked outside right now?
And one of the houses was just in the earth.
Just well, like sinking, right? Like as the house is being pulled into the earth. What if their neighbor across the street was like, "What the fuck? God damn it, whites! Always some
Always some crazy shit." Somebody clip that out of context, please.
Oh my God! Always got some crazy shit going on at their house. But you know what I'm saying? Like that would be some crazy ass shit. Like, God bless. Honey, did you see what's going on at the White House? Then we see, Carrie slump over and seemingly has succumbed to her wound. Basically the house just crumbling in on her. The next scene is Sue in bed, tossing and turning with her mom, like right next to her. Of course, going through mental anguish at her boyfriend, all of her friends, everyone that she knew and loved at high school. Her whole life has exploded.
Yeah.
At this point,
and like that's not enough already. She's also probably feeling a tremendous amount of guilt.
Oh wow!
For being the one
fucking lootly
to put Carrie at the prom. Basically.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because, like I said, if she would have minded her own business, they would have all made it home. So she's in a lot of mental anguish. Okay, the phone rings. Her mom gets up to go answer it, and then we get like a little glimpse into her dream. Now, one really cool thing is that they shot this scene backwards. Like they shot it forward, but they ran it backwards. So she looks like she's walking forward, but they had her start from the grave and walk backwards. So like it looks like a dream state. And
Yeah.
even
Just to make it look like a little off.
yeah.
I gotcha.
And what's cool is that when she's walking forward to the grave, you can see a car in the background go backwards, drive backwards. It's such
I didn't even notice.
yeah, it's a really and like the dress and the ruffles kind of look like they're
Yeah.
going backwards. Anyway,
That's cool though. That's a really cool and probably really smart and financially responsible way instead of like adding a bunch of weird shit around so you
yeah,
realize it's a dream because at this point we're not necessarily supposed to know that it's a dream.
yeah,
I mean, I guess you can't since you just saw her sleeping, whatever.
but it makes
But
it more
it's
so.
a really simple way to make it look surreal.
Yeah, to give it that dreamlike illusion, right?
Hmm.
So she comes up and which is this is interesting. Well, no, I guess it's not that interesting because I was going to say this is interesting. You would think that she would have a dream about, Tommy, meeting Tommy or something like that or
Guilt.
whatever. But this is guilt. This is a lot of guilt. I should be dead too. You're in this position because anyway. So she gets up and she has like a bouquet of is it a bouquet of flowers or is it her corsage?
I don't remember.
No, she has her corsage on. It's a bouquet of flowers. So she goes to the lot and the stones are everywhere. That was from the other ending, but they could not make it work.
Gotcha.
So she's there and there's a sign, like a for sale sign that says Carrie White rots in hell
Mm-hmm.
or something like
And the
that.
for sale sign is made into a cross.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I mean it's kind of apropos
Mm-hmm.
for this whole fucking movie. And so she's kneeling down, she's paying her respect. The music is beautiful, the scene is beautiful. We think, oh, she really does feel sorry for what happened. And so she's laying down the flowers. And when I tell you this next part, I am like 8, 9 years old, and this bloody ass hand comes up from the ground and grabs her,
Mm-hmm.
leapt out of my skin, leapt out of my skin, screaming, "What the fuck?" And she's kind of half awake, half asleep, because she can still see Carrie grabbing her arm,
Mm-hmm.
and her mom is like, "Amy, it's all right. I'm right here." Oh well, that she said Sue. She's Sue, but in an interview, she said, and they had to edit it out. She's like, if you can still kind of hear me say it, but she said that Amy Irving, because remember this is her mom.
Mm-hmm.
She said Amy Irving's acting was so real to her that her mom instinct kicked in and was like, "Amy, it's all right. I'm right here. Like, it's just acting. Someone call cut. Someone
Yeah.
call cut." And he was like, "Hi, mom." Like afterward.
Yeah.
So after that, Sue is catatonic, seemingly will not be right ever again.
I mean, like that obviously is a tremendous amount of trauma for anybody to go through, but also given the time period, she's probably not getting therapy.
I have a question about that because they said they went to the doctor and she's like her mom's talking on the phone and she said she was like, well, she says the doctor said that she's young enough she'll probably forget all about it.
I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, maybe if this was a child, like I know she's a teenager and that's still technically a child, but I'm talking about like a young child,
Like yeah,
like under 5.
yeah, 3, 5. So
Maybe if they went through something this level traumatic, maybe they could bounce back, like he said, and I don't know, but I thought that was crazy
Mm-hmm.
that he was like, oh yeah, what is she, well, like around 17?
It's
Probably
17, 18.
17,
Yeah,
18.
like I said, this has got to be
Just
this is
senior
senior
prom.
year.
Yeah, so for her, you just think she just needs a little bit of rest. She'll bounce back.
You know what's funny?
Walk it off.
So that is the same actress as in Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Okay.
Remember that one's where they're in the psych hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she had some fucked up opinions in that movie too. She don't need to be working around with children. That's all I know. That's all I got to know. She ain't got no kind of sense. Also, the jump scare was inspired by. I mean, when is this episode dropping? Friday the 13th. That was my little tie-in to Friday the 13th. Because I think it's at the end of the movie where the girl is like at Crystal Lake,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Spoilers.
oh yeah, but that's where Brian DePalma got the idea from.
And I still I love that, paying homage to it without, like, it doesn't feel stolen. It
Yeah.
feels like intentional. Obviously, like paying tribute to it,
Mm-hmm.
not just stealing their idea.
Mm-hmm.
I also like it because at this time, if that happened in a movie now, everybody would be rolling their fucking eyes,
Yeah.
because you've seen it a million times. But again, like, imagine seeing that in the theater, like
For
we
the
said earlier,
first
for the
time.
first time.
Because it's unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
It is unexpected. I remember, like I said, I remember watching this for the first time. I didn't know because my mom, I love you, mother. But when we ask, hey, what's the movie about? She will give me the entire movie. So we have to, so I have to, for now we have a rule. You can only tell us the movie in 3 sentences.
Synopsis.
Yeah, just right there, right? Kind of. So she already told me that, oh, it's about a girl who, gets pig's blood dumped on her at prom, and she kills everybody with her mind and blah blah blah. So none of that shit was shocking. I can only imagine, seeing that for the first time, what was going to happen. But that ending scene still got me. So yeah, that's it. That's it. The moral of the story here, kids.
Mind your goddamn business.
Mind your fucking business. Mind your fucking business.
Fun fact, that was Stephen King's second runner-up title.
Mind your fucking business. And who is really the villain here?
It's still Chris and Billy.
It's still Chris and Billy. I get it, but man, if Sue hadn't done anything, if she would have just said, "Hey, girl, let's be friends. I'm sorry, you don't have a friend. We'll be friends." That will suffice.
Listen, I'm not gonna give her too hard a time because, like, she is fucking ruined for the rest of her life. So
I know, I know, I know, I know. And actually, yes, we'll save that for the sequel.
yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, that was my first episode, Carrie.
Ratings.
So we have a rating system. 1 to 5 screams. I don't necessarily have to scream 5 times, but if I do scream 5 times, that is a damn good movie.
That also only works as far as your ratings because you scream in movies. I don't.
Yeah. Very true.
So I'd be rating everything 0. I'm sorry.
So for this movie, okay, listen, cinematography, acting, for them all being very young and very,
And for the time,
yes.
like, because a lot of this era of movies, like, the acting is shoddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, the acting really was very good all
Like they
around.
really got into each character, and you knew there was so much nuance with each character, right? Like I said, this movie was made in such a way. Like Brian De Palma is a great director. It was made in such a way that it was like a Greek tragedy. You know what I'm saying? Every role had every role had their part and everything like that. Nothing felt wasted. I don't feel.
No, I agree.
Nothing felt like a throwaway thing. So for that reason, and for listen, could they have done a little better? Could there have been some things to be tweaked? Absolutely. But with the budget and everything like that, I get it. So I'm gonna give this 5 screams. We give this one 5 screams. It just a masterpiece of a movie.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I don't know what this sets us up for the rest of our episodes. Both of us give a five right out the gate, but really, I have no complaints really
No.
about this movie. Like, I mean, I know we make jokes and like there's some
Hmm.
stupid things here and there, but I really don't think there's anything I would change about this movie.
Hmm.
I think it's great. So I would also give it 5 screams.
5 screams for our first movie. This is yeah. So yeah, that's our first episode. Thank y'all so much for listening. Remember, we drop every episode every Wednesday.
Yes. So our premiere date special occasion for Friday the 13th. From here on out, we're gonna be trying to post on Wednesdays every Wednesday. If that changes, we will notify you guys. But as of right now, yes, Wednesday is the plan.
Tee. Yeah. So this has been Devilishly Des with.
Vex the Vile. Next week will be my pick, and we're starting off with one of my favorites, Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof.
Oh my God. Yeah, I love that so much.
So follow us on Instagram, static_screams. And as of right now, that's all we have set up. So
Yeah.
we'll
Uh,
we'll keep you posted on any other updates. But for right now, we are signing off.
keep screaming.
See you next week.
Bye bye.